Chapter 412. Lu Ping stared blankly at Tianzhong Laozu. Tianzhong Laozu was rather direct. Brat, is the profound sky soulfire with you? Lu Ping knew he couldn't deny it, so he said, yes, disciple obtained the profound sky soulfire from the Pill Pavilion's inheritance ground. Tianzhong Laozu saw the vigilance on Lu Ping's face and smiled. Brat, what are you so nervous about? Although the old man has his eyes on the spiritual fire in your hand, do you think he'll let you suffer a loss? Hearing that these two Laozus had their eyes on the profound sky soulfire, Lu Ping was naturally unwilling. This spiritual fire was obtained from the inheritance ground. Since Grand Ancestor needs it, why didn't you take it from the inheritance ground in advance? Tianzhong Laozu looked at Tianlu Laozu helplessly. Tianlu Laozu pondered for a moment, then said, the opening of any inheritance ground requires the approval of at least 3 Dharma phenomenon Laozu. You can enter 3 inheritance grounds at once. This was agreed upon by Tianxiang Laozu, Martial Nephew Jiang, and Martial Nephew Lu. At that time, the old man was in closed-door cultivation and had no time to attend to other matters, so this matter was handed over to Xian Yan to handle. But in the end, you obtained the profound sky soulfire. Hearing this, Lu Ping immediately understood that Taoist Master Xian Yan and the others were behind this, wanting to make things difficult for him, forcing him to retreat. He didn't expect Lu Ping to easily subdue the profound sky soulfire with the help of the profound yuan heavy water. Tianzhong Laozu continued, the profound sky spirit fire is violent in nature, and its effect in alchemy is not as good as that of a mid-grade heavenly fire. On the contrary, it is twice the result with half the effort when used to forge artifacts. Today, the old man wants to use a mid-grade earth-grade heavenly fire suitable for alchemy to trade for your profound sky spirit fire. Lu Ping naturally knew that the mysterious sky spiritual fire was an earth-class spiritual fire. It wasn't the most suitable spiritual fire for concocting pills, but it was still much stronger than the blue spiritual fire. Moreover, since Laozu had spoken, Lu Ping couldn't just reject him, so he asked, what kind of spiritual fire is it? Smiling, Tianzhong Laozu took out a purple flame and said, Purple Qi Eastern Flame, how about it? Looking at Tianzhong Laozu's flickering little flame, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Legend has it that the Purple Qi Eastern Flame was a spiritual fire that was produced when the purple sun first rose. This kind of spiritual fire was indeed a rare spiritual fire for alchemists. Although Lu Ping was very tempted, he still said, this Purple Qi Eastern Flame is good, but it is only a mid-grade earth-class spiritual fire after all. When stimulated by spirit stones, the profound sky spirit fire is not inferior to a high-grade earth-class spiritual fire. If a late-stage core forging cultivator uses it to fuse with a golden core, it is not impossible to achieve a 6th-grade golden core. It would be enough for me to become a backup cultivator for Dharma idol Laozu. In this way, this disciple is at a disadvantage. Tianzhong Laozu was a little annoyed and said, is the mysterious sky spirit fire as good as the Purple Qi Eastern Flame in alchemy? Do you know how many high-grade spirit stones it would take to temporarily increase the power of the profound sky spirit fire to a high-grade earth-class spiritual fire? Not to mention using it to condense a 6th-grade golden core. Lu Ping didn't say anything, he just pinched a low-grade spirit stone between his fingers, and with a little force the spirit stone was crushed. Tianzhong Laozu and Tianlu Laozu were people who could tell at a glance that the crushed spirit stone was different. Tianzhong Laozu was a little surprised and said, this secret technique can really stimulate the spiritual qi contained in the spirit stone to the greatest extent. Not only for alchemy but also for refining tools. Tianlu Laozu also asked, what is the name of this secret technique? Lu Ping answered, Spirit Burst Art. The Fornax forefather said, the spirit explosion formula is quite fitting. With this secret technique, it will be much easier to increase the power of the mysterious sky spirit fire. It will save a lot of spirit stones. Moreover, this secret technique is very useful for us alchemists and refiners. Tianzhong Laozu's eyes lit up. After all, no one dared to say they were infallible whether it was alchemy or tool refinement. During the refining process, the lack of spiritual qi was often the most common cause of failure. Cultivators often needed a lot of spirit stones to make up for it, but often couldn't make up for it. Even if they succeeded, they would spend a lot of spirit stones and the gains would not make up for the losses. With this spirit burst art, not only would it be timely, but it would also save a lot of spirit stones. Tianzhong Laozu pondered for a while and said, Kid, Do you have any other requests? Lu Ping opened his mouth and said, since this disciple can easily raise the spirit fire to a high-grade level, then granduncle should also take out a high-grade earth-grade spirit fire. Tianzhong Laozu suddenly became angry and said, kid, don't even think about it. A mid-grade earth-grade spirit item can't be compared to a high-grade earth-grade spirit item. Besides, isn't the Eastern Purple Chi Flame more useful in your hands than the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire? At most, I'll give you another Heaven and Earth oddity as compensation, and you also have to hand over the Spirit Burst Art. Otherwise, forget it. Lu Ping angrily said, although the Eastern Purple Chi Flame is more valuable than the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire to alchemists like me, but to alchemists like you, the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire is also more valuable than the Eastern Purple Chi Flame. Not to mention, as long as you have Spirit Stones, the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire can be upgraded at any time. Granduncle compensating me with a Heaven and Earth oddity in exchange for the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire is one thing, but the value of the Spirit Burst Art is very important to alchemists and alchemists. This disciple is willing to contribute to the sect, so granduncle should also take out another Heaven and Earth oddity. Lu Ping was a little nervous when he said this, but he saw the two Laozu look at each other and smile. Tianlu Laozu said, what a crafty kid. Then we'll do as you say. The Eastern Purple Chi Flame and 2 Heaven and Earth oddities in exchange for your mysterious Sky Spirit Fire. How about it? Lu Ping suddenly felt that he had been tricked. These two seniors had been waiting for him for a long time, but the words had already been said, so Lu Ping couldn't go back on his word. He could only hand over the white mysterious Sky Spirit Fire to Tianzhong Laozu. Taking the Eastern Purple Chi Flame from Tianzhong Laozu's hand, Lu Ping was very happy and wanted to refine it. To be honest, Lu Ping was very willing to exchange the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire for the Eastern Purple Chi Flame. He was just putting on this kind of attitude to get more benefits. Kid, what kind of Heaven and Earth oddities do you want? Lu Ping hurriedly stopped refining the Eastern Purple Chi Flame and thought about the types of Heaven and Earth oddities he could use at the moment. His protective Gang Chi had been refined with 6 kinds of water attribute Heaven and Earth oddities, and its defensive ability was no less than a spiritual magic treasure. It was enough for now. However, Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupils was only refined with 4 kinds of Heaven and Earth oddities. In addition, Lu Ping now had the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash in his hand. He was only missing Heaven and Earth oddities. However, the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash had only refined 3 treasures, and was far from reaching the level of a spiritual magic treasure. Therefore, it could only hold 3 kinds of Heaven and Earth oddities of each attribute. In this way, the number of Heaven and Earth oddities of water and metal attributes had reached 3. He could already successfully use the Yin Thunder of Yin Water and Yin Thunder of Gung Metal. If he wanted to refine more Heaven and Earth oddities, he would have to wait until the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash was upgraded to a spiritual magic treasure. However, the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash's treasures were extremely rare and mysterious. Lu Ping himself didn't know where to get such a thing except from the Kuan Fish clan. He had also collected 2 kinds of earth and ice oddities each. Only 1 kind of wood, fire, and wind oddities were left. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, I wonder what kind of Heaven and Earth oddities the 2 martial uncles have for this disciple to choose from? Tianzhong Laozu pointed in front of Lu Ping and 7 Heaven and Earth oddities appeared in front of Lu Ping. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and wind were all taken. Fa Xiang Laozu's collection was really rich. Lu Ping sighed as he looked at these 7 treasures. First, the water attribute was ignored by Lu Ping. This kind of Heaven and Earth oddities could not be used to condense the 3 pure true eyes. The metal attribute was also excluded. Wood, fire, and wind oddities could be used. The 7 Thunder Gem Calabash could not quickly form a small magical power, so he could only choose the earth and ice oddities. However, the ice oddities provided by Tianzhong Laozu was none other than the black ice fiend that Lu Ping found on the Frost Island. This kind of Heaven and Earth oddities had already been absorbed by Lu Ping's 7 Thunder Gem Calabash. Lu Ping gathered his courage and asked, Grandmaster, do you have any other ice oddities? This black ice fiend disciple has it. No. Tianzhong Laozu glared at Lu Ping and said, You are too troublesome. Take it or leave it. The Fornax Furnace ancestor chuckled and said, You've got some guts, kid. You're even trying to extort me here. Fine, I have a strange item of the ice attribute here. Do you think you can use it? Lu Ping was overjoyed. An item that looked like clear water appeared in front of him. He heard Tianlu Laozu say, "This item is called Cold Moon Birth. Although it looks like clear water, it has the ice attribute. Do you like it?" Lu Ping looked at it briefly and knew that Laozu would not lie. He said, I like it. Thank you, Laozu." Lu Ping, who had obtained 2 extra treasures, was in a good mood. He felt that the matter was more or less over. This time he did not hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the 2 Laozu in case they had other orders for him. As expected, Tianlu Laozu said, "There is a third matter that I have asked you to come today." Lu Ping immediately became spirited. He now knew that when the seniors of Jinling ordered the juniors to do things, they never treated them as labor. Instead, there would always be 1 or 2 benefits waiting for them. As long as they could do their best, there would be no time for them to lose out. He heard Tianlu Laozu say, "There will be a gathering of alchemists from various sects in the North Sea. In addition to exchanging alchemy experiences, there will also be some treasures and pill recipes to be exchanged. Each sect has some special products of spirit herbs, and they will exchange what they need. This time you can go with the old man. When you go back, think about what you need so that you can find it at the gathering. However, you should also prepare some assets." This time, all the alchemy masters of the North Sea are attending the gathering. If you don't have enough resources, you will only be laughed at and our sect will lose face. Lu Ping was also looking forward to the gathering of alchemy masters of the North Sea, so he quickly agreed respectfully. Chapter 413. After coming out of the alchemy pavilion, Lu Ping did not return to Huangli Island. Instead, he turned around and went to the cave residence of the second senior sister. He had a lot of questions in his heart, many of which were related to his master, but it was not convenient to ask. He had to find the eldest disciple of Chonghua sect to answer his questions. Unexpectedly, the door of the farmhouse-like courtyard was locked. She was not at home. Lu Ping thought for a while and took out 2 sound-transmitting talismans. He sent them to the 3rd senior sister Zhao Xuanji and the 4th senior sister Wang Xianjing. Sure enough, after a while, the 2 talismans did not fly back. Obviously, the 2 senior sisters were not in their respective cave residences. In desperation, Lu Ping had to return to Huangli Island. Nowadays, Huangli Island had become more and more prosperous. It gradually became a base for North Sea cultivators to explore the sea and hunt monsters to obtain cultivation resources. Lu Ping greeted Hu Lili and Chan Lian, then called Fong Tao over and asked him about the treasures collected in the market of Huangli Island over the years. Lu Ping looked at the storage bags that Fong Tao handed to him and said in surprise, "There are so many?" Fong Tao smiled and said, "Originally, there were only half of them, but since the Dong family repelled the attack of the monster clan with his mid-core forging cultivation and killed several people, the high-level monster clan cultivators outside Huangli Island began to be suppressed by the cultivators of our sect. Cultivators who go out to hunt monsters are safer, so the harvest is naturally much larger. Naturally, it attracted a large number of cultivators. Especially a year ago, when Jiang Tianlin Laozu was in charge of Huangli Island, it caused the North Sea cultivators to crazily rush into Huangli Island. In just a little more than a year, the harvest of treasures was more than half of the previous 3 years. If our Huangli Island was not just a small island, I am afraid that there would be more cultivators rushing in, and the harvest of the market would be greater. Lu Ping sighed in his heart. He desperately repelled the monsters and besieged Huangli Island, but he was not as good as the Grand Master who was at the Dharma manifestation stage. This was the gap in strength. Since he was back, Lu Ping naturally had to calculate his wealth, so he asked, "How are the spirit gathering places on the island? How are they being developed?" Fong Tao reported with a happy face, "Now the number of spirit gathering places on the island has reached 34, and a total of nearly 40 acres of spirit gardens have been developed. Among them, there are 20 acres of spirit fields, 10 acres of spirit grass garden, and 10 acres of spirit materials planted. They are managed by the trial disciples of the blood refining stage." Although Lu Ping was happy, he also knew that the spirit gathering land on the island was almost full. If there wasn't a new spirit vein or if Huangli Island continued to expand, it would be hard to find another spirit gathering land in the future. Fong Tao looked at Lu Ping, as if he had something to say. Lu Ping smiled and said, Old Fong, if you have something to say, just say it. Fong Tao asked curiously, some of the spirit gathering places on the island are still managed by 2 blood condensation stage disciples. These 2 disciples have been managing the spirit fields ever since Huangli Island was established. I once asked Spiritual Master Hu if he wanted to replace them with the disciples of the blood condensation stage, but Spiritual Master Hu said that as long as they don't leave on their own, they can continue managing the spirit fields. Oh, Lu Ping was a little surprised. There are still 2 people who haven't left? Fong Tao saw Lu Ping's expression and knew that Lu Ping might know about these 2. But he just didn't seem to understand them. He introduced them. One of them is called Wang Qi. After the battle last year, he used 3 blood condensation pills to break through to the blood condensation stage. Now he manages 4 acres of spirit fields. Other than cultivating with his sword, he also follows my son and daughter out to sea to hunt demonic beasts. Although his cultivation is low, he's not weak. Second-layer demonic beasts rarely escape from his flying sword, and he can even defeat third-layer demonic beasts. He's only been in the blood condensation stage for a little over a year, and he's already at the peak of the first layer. I heard from my son that he'll be breaking through soon. Hearing this, Lu Ping's interest was piqued. He asked, what kind of foundation bloodline does this person have, and what kind of technique does he practice? Do you know? Fong Tao thought for a moment and said, he's good friends with my son and daughter, and I heard that he has a metal element tiger bloodline. The technique he chooses to practice is also very strange. He didn't choose the techniques that many of our sex predecessors have practiced, but he chose a heavenly kilt technique that I don't know where he got it from. I heard that it's perfected to the early Dharma stage, but no one has practiced it before. I think it's a new technique from the sect. Fong Tao shook his head as if he felt that it was a pity. However, even though Lu Ping's interest in the technique did not diminish, he did not ask any further. Instead, he asked about another disciple who had been managing the spirit garden. This disciple, Fong Tao shook his head even more vigorously, is called Tunyu. This child joined the sect a year after Wang Qi, and he has just reached the blood condensation realm. However, he's very timid, and he spends most of his time managing his 6 acres of spirit garden. Originally Spiritual Master Hu only prepared 2 to 3 acres of spirit garden for each disciple. However, after these 2 disciples reached the blood condensation realm, they continued to manage the spirit garden. So Spiritual Master Hu gave them an extra acre of spirit garden. However, this Tianyu took the initiative to ask Spiritual Master Hu for an extra 2 acres of spirit garden. Unlike Wang Qi, this child doesn't go out to sea to hunt beasts with the other blood condensation disciples. Instead, he hides in the spirit garden to practice his swordsmanship and take care of the plants. Another strange disciple. Lu Ping's interest in this Tianyu was piqued, and he asked, is there anything special about this child? Is there anything special about him? Hu Lili was in charge of all the matters on Huangli Island. As for the cashier of the market and the spiritual farm, he was in charge of Fong Tao. Therefore, Fong Tao was quite familiar with the disciples who managed the spiritual farm. Moreover, they were 2 disciples who had been training on Huangli Island for almost 5 years. Fong Tao thought for a moment, then said, this disciple called Tianyu manages the spiritual farm the best. Whether it's the spiritual grains, spiritual herbs, or spiritual materials, his output and quality are the highest among all the disciples. But it's no wonder no disciple is like him, who stays in the spiritual farm all day long. Also, although this child practices the sword all day, he never hunts demonic beasts, nor does he compete with other cultivators. After he reached the blood condensation realm, Wang Qi once dragged him out to sea. Along the way, everyone hunted demonic beasts, but he was the only one hiding at the back, looking flustered and afraid to draw his sword. He didn't even dare to refute when others ridiculed him. In the end, everyone pushed him in front of a peak blood condensation realm demonic beast, and this child was forced to draw his sword. However, he only used defensive moves, dodging and dodging, protecting himself from any attacks. Not even a drop of seawater splashed on him, and the demonic beast was so exhausted that it wanted to escape. The other cultivators couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so they killed the demonic beast. But from then on, Tianyu never went out to sea with the others. After sending Feng Tao off, Lu Ping smiled and muttered to himself, "These two are interesting." Then he turned his attention to the storage bag in his hand. In the years after Huangli Island was reclaimed, even though Lu Ping rarely concocted pills because he was in closed-door cultivation, he still gave a portion of the spiritual herbs harvested on Huangli Island to Luan Yu, who lived in the House of Gold. Luan Yu was also a talented pill concoction master, so Lu Ping naturally wouldn't let go of this free labor. Luan Yu also needed spiritual herbs to hone her pill concoction skills. But even so, Huangli Island had accumulated nearly 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and even 70 to 83,000-year-old spiritual herbs, not to mention 500-year-old spiritual herbs. Chen Lian even knew that Lu Ping needed a heaven and earth oddity, so he sent a kind of agarwood. It was said that it was formed after being submerged at the bottom of the sea for many years. Lu Ping definitely wasn't as knowledgeable as Chen Lian, so he just used the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash to absorb it. Speaking of which, Chen Lian had also obtained a lot of good things on Huangli Island. The sea was boundless, like a never-ending treasure house. No one knew how many heaven and earth treasures were hidden inside. When he purchased spiritual materials on Huangli Island, he obtained some top-grade, second-grade, and even third-grade mutated spiritual materials. As for other spiritual materials, there were countless of them. Other than the agarwood, he also obtained two kinds of heaven and earth oddities, which he used to condense a minor divine ability. Hu Lily's cultivation had also stopped at the first level of the core forging realm for a long time. With the experience from the previous battle on Huangli Island, she had already advanced to the second level of the core forging realm before going to Tianling Mountain to release the bees. Hu Lily, who had just condensed a minor divine ability, opened up a layer of protective vigor qi around her body. The protective vigor qi around Hu Lily, who had just condensed a minor divine ability, looked pink. This was due to the fusion of the wood attribute 100 Flowers Annihilation that Lu Ping had brought back from the East Sea. However, after Hu Lily broke through to the second level of the core forging realm, Lu Ping gave her an elixir and instructed her to consolidate her cultivation for a year before going into seclusion to refine it. This was the heart-dissolving elixir that Lu Ping had used a large amount of rare and precious spiritual herbs to concoct. Back then, he had successfully concocted 2 elixirs in the East Sea. He had consumed one and left the other one for Hu Lily. When Lu Ping returned to the cave dwelling, he discovered that there was someone in seclusion in a secret room. After asking Hu Lily, he found out that it was Zhang Jia who had just broken through to the core forging realm before he returned to Huangli Island. Now, she was in seclusion to consolidate her cultivation. Lu Ping smiled. This girl had finally advanced to the core forging realm. Although Zhang Jia was usually carefree and didn't care about anything, her friends had advanced to the core forging realm one after another, leaving her at the bottom. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't anxious. This could be considered as fulfilling her wish. Of course, this was also because of the 7-step marked elixir that Lu Ping had left for her. Lu Ping also learned from Chen Lian that Yao Yong, Ji Zixuan, and Yin Zichu had also reached the 3rd level of the core forging realm. Du Feng and Shi Lingling, like Chen Lian, had also reached the peak of the 2nd level of the core forging realm. However, there was still a gap between them and the other 3. Ma Yu and Zhong Jian were a step behind Hu Lily. They had already broken through to the 2nd level of the core forging realm. On the other hand, it was Zhang Zicheng who was more like a teacher. In the True Spirit Monastery, he had thoroughly enjoyed being an immortal. However, Lu Ping had more or less figured out Zhang Zicheng's thoughts. Zhang Zicheng's talent was only average. Perhaps even he himself didn't have much confidence in his own cultivation future. However, he was a kind person, and in truth he was also a scheming person. He was on good terms with Lu Ping and the other outstanding talents of the Jinling Monastery's younger generation. In addition, he was a benevolent and charitable person, earning the respect of the monastery's disciples. If he continued like this, then if he had the opportunity to reach the late core forging realm, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a deacon of the Jinling Monastery. Even if he couldn't reach that position, he could go out and manage his family. Relying on the connections he had established within the sect, he would receive the care of everyone. That way, he would at least be able to ensure the Zhang family's steady growth for hundreds or even thousands of years. Lu Ping returned to his own cultivation room and buried the 2 miniature spirit gathering pearls he had obtained on Frost Island into the island's spirit vein. Only then did he discover that there were now 2 miniature spirit veins among the 3 small spirit veins. After asking Hu Lily, he learned that these were spirit veins discovered by cultivators who were exploring the sea. Because the person who discovered them was a wandering cultivator, he had informed the Jinling cultivators of the Huangli Island about the location of the spirit vein. In exchange, he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from Hu Lily. Lu Ping was overjoyed. With the addition of the 2 mini spirit gathering pearls, the spirit veins on Huangli Island now had 3 small spirit veins and 4 mini spirit veins. It seemed like Huangli Island was indeed a little small now. Chapter 4:14. Lu Ping thought for a moment and felt that he should ask Zhang Tianlin Laozu about this. Zhang Tianlin Laozu knew that he was coming and was waiting for him at the entrance of his own cave. Lu Ping bowed and greeted Grandmaster. Zhang Tianlin Laozu saw Lu Ping and asked with a smile, "How is the situation on Frost Island? Did you gain anything?" Lu Ping also smiled and said, "I did gain something. I must thank Grandmaster for giving this disciple this opportunity." Zhang Tianlin Laozu asked again, "Then where did you come from this time?" Lu Ping told Zhang Tianlin Laozu about his plan to expand Huangli Island. Zhang Tianlin Laozu pondered for a moment and said, "Huangli Island has become so prosperous under your management that even the sect didn't expect it to be. Huangli Island has indeed reached a point where it is overcrowded. If Huangli Island is to become even more prosperous, it is necessary to expand its scale. It is good that you have brought up this matter. Huangli Island has gathered and distributed a lot of cultivation resources these past few years, and I believe that you have benefited greatly from it as well. Marshal Nephew who sells 2 blood-condensing pills on Huangli Island every month, but your mission to refine blood-condensing pills for the sect has never been delayed. Even though you are a great pill refiner of the sect, you have never purchased any spirit herbs of different ages from the sect's spirit herb garden. It is obvious that you have harvested a lot of spirit herbs from Huangli Island other than for your own use. As for other things, there is no need to talk about them." Lu Ping knew that there was more to his grandmaster's words. Therefore, he didn't interrupt and listened to Zhang Tianlin Laozu finish. When Zhang Tianlin saw that Lu Ping had more or less understood what he meant, he nodded in his heart. However, he still felt that he should make things clear, so he continued, "There are many people in the sect with discerning eyes. Right now you have your master's face. I am here to guard this place, and you are not weak, so naturally, no one will say anything. However, as time passes, Huangli Island will become a cornucopia. At that time, if all the benefits are still in your hands, it will definitely cause public anger. After all, Huangli Island is Jinling's Huangli Island, not yours, Lu Ping's Huangli Island. You took the lead in reclaiming Huangli Island, but that day, if it wasn't for your good friend's help, and if the sect didn't secretly command the cultivators from the outer seas to attack Huangli Island, how could you have defended Huangli Island? Furthermore, during the Battle of Huangli Island, although you and I both know that someone must have secretly leaked the news that you were in seclusion, if there weren't cultivators from all over the world to coordinate with you, how could there be only 6 core forging cultivators attacking you? Even if Spiritual Master Xianchang and the others were dissatisfied with you, they still tried their best to rush over. If this island belonged to you, Lu Ping, would they still come over?" This reasoning was actually very easy to ponder. Previously, Lu Ping had already thought of letting the sect participate in this matter, but he didn't expect that Zhang Tianlin Laozu would actually mention the expansion of Huangli Island together with this matter. Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts, let alone cultivation resources. Lu Ping also knew that he couldn't monopolize the benefits of Huangli Island. Otherwise, as time passed, it would definitely cause others to be dissatisfied, and even the sect would have an opinion of Lu Ping. Even if he didn't have any ulterior motives, he was too arrogant and domineering. After Lu Ping thought about it, he already had an idea in his heart. He then asked Zhang Tianlin Laozu how to expand the size of Huangli Island. Zhang Tianlin Laozu thought about it and said, "The art of moving mountains and filling seas has existed since ancient times, but all of them are world-shaking divine abilities. It is easy to cut a mountain with one sword, but difficult to move a mountain and fill a sea." Lu Ping thought about it and said, "Right now, Huangli Island is only a small island with a circumference of less than 5 kilometers. Disciple also didn't think of expanding it into a small island or even larger. It would be fine as long as it can be expanded by 1-fold. Zhang Tianlin nodded and said, if that's the case, then it will be much easier. The difficulty of moving a mountain and filling a sea is not in the mountain, but in the vein. Even the old man can pull a reef island over, but if the vein is pulled over, then the old man will be helpless. Lu Ping didn't think that moving a mountain and filling a sea would have such a saying, but after thinking about it, it made sense. The art of moving a mountain and filling a sea wasn't only about moving a mountain. If a mountain was also connected to a spirit vein, then the spirit vein would definitely be cut off, and the vein would also lose its ability to nurture, so what was the use of having a barren mountain? Lu Ping thought about it and said, if that's the case, are there any seniors in our sect who practice this art? Yes, Zhang Tianlin Laozu nodded solemnly and said, in our sect, the one who has the highest achievement in practicing this divine ability is Senior Uncle Tian Kong. However, because of me, Senior Uncle Tian Kong was heavily injured by an external enemy, and now he doesn't have much time left in his life. However, Senior Uncle Tian Kong has passed down this art. Other than Senior Uncle Tian Kong, the only one who can obtain the essence of this art is your Senior Uncle Guoxianshan. Lu Ping had heard teachers say that it was because of his great mistake that Tian Kong Laozu was injured. Now that Grandmaster said that it was because of him, it seemed that the matter of Tian Kong Laozu was related to teacher and Grandmaster. Could it be related to teacher and Grandmaster falling out with each other? This thought suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's mind, and the doubt in his heart deepened. However, he was not stupid enough to ask Zhang Tianlin Laozu, so he said, Grandmaster, this disciple has a art. If I change it to the art of changing seas and mulberry fields, it might also have the effect of moving mountains and filling seas. After saying that, he recited the art of changing seas and mulberry fields of the North Sea's 12 orthodox techniques to spiritual master Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin Laozu said in surprise, this art is indeed profound and profound. It must also be a great divine ability. If you can cultivate it to the extreme, moving mountains and filling seas will not be a problem. Lu Ping naturally knew how powerful the art of changing seas and mulberry fields was, but he still asked, how is it compared to Tian Kong Laozu's art of moving mountains? Zhang Tianlin Laozu glanced at Lu Ping and said with a smile, there is no difference in the level of art, but there is a difference in the level of cultivation. Lu Ping smiled shamefully. He knew that Zhang Tianlin Laozu was saying that it depended on the person using the art. The art of changing seas and mulberry fields and the sword technique of 100 rivers into the sea were the only two great divine abilities among the 12 orthodox techniques of the North Sea. Lu Ping had already cultivated the latter to the stage of great perfection, while the former was just a beginner's understanding of it. It was still far from being a great divine ability. Furthermore, the former was not used in one-on-one battles, but a type of divine ability that could be used over a long period of time. Its effects would gradually become apparent as time passed. However, Zhang Tianlin Laozu thought for a moment and said, the art of moving mountains passed down by Uncle Master Tian Kong has the advantage of being fast, but the disadvantage is that it's too overbearing. It's fine to move some reefs or small islands, but if it's moving a small island, it will inevitably damage the veins of the earth. This art of changing seas and mulberry fields is different. It takes a long time to use it, and the time it takes to see the effects is also slow. However, it might be able to move an island that's larger than the art of moving mountains, and it can also protect the veins of the earth from being too damaged. However, it also takes a lot of energy from the practitioner. I'm afraid that without the cultivation of the Dharma stage, you won't be able to use this type of art. Lu Ping solemnly bowed to Zhang Tianlin Laozu and said, thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster. Lu Ping returned to his cave abode and shrunk the House of Gold from the secret chamber. The lone mountain in the House of Gold had the effect of storing spiritual energy. Lu Ping had placed it on the veins of the earth for almost 5 years, and the spiritual energy stored on the lone mountain was enough to last 50 days in the House of Gold without dissipating. After giving some instructions to Hu Lili, Lu Ping returned to Tianling Mountain. He first went to the Chonghua residence to put away the few jade scrolls that he had borrowed from his master's cave abode. After leaving the residence, he paused on the small lake outside of the Chonghua residence. 3 slender figures flashed across the bottom of the lake and scuttled into the House of Gold that Lu Ping was playing with and disappeared without a trace. After that, Lu Ping went to pay a visit to enlightened Master Guoxianshan. When enlightened Master Gua heard the purpose of Lu Ping's visit, he smiled and said, "Although I've inherited the mountain shifting art from junior uncle Tian Kong, I'm still not as proficient as him. It's fine if I can move some deserted islands and reefs, but I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to move a small island. Furthermore, in order to avoid damaging the earth veins, I'll have to set up a lot of traction formations. Therefore, I'm afraid the time I need to prepare for the mountain shifting art will be much longer than the time it takes to perform the mountain shifting art." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Disciple understands. I've already refined some pills for late-stage core forging cultivators to recover their true essence on Huangli Island. I've also left nearly 100 high-grade spirit stones for Hu Lily to help junior uncle set up the traction formations. Grandmaster is also on the island at the moment, and he promised to help junior uncle in performing the mountain shifting art." Enlightened Master Guoxuanshan's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, you're already able to refine pills for late-stage core forging cultivators? That's really a blessing for our sect. In our sect, the only masters who can refine pills for late-stage core forging are Xianyan and Xianyue. Xianjing and Xiandian, on the other hand, are only able to refine pills for early-stage core forging because of their insufficient cultivation. Once they start to refine pills for late-stage core forging, the success rate is terrible, and it's really distressing. Who would have thought that even though you've just advanced to mid-stage core forging, you're already able to refine pills for late-stage core forging?" If enlightened Master Guoxianshan knew that Lu Ping had successfully refined the Bell Cauldron pill and the heart-dissolving pill, who was half a step into the transcendent stage, what would he think? Enlightened Master Guoxianshan continued, "Since you have seen your brother Qinlin's help, it won't be difficult to move a few islands here. However, do you have any new targets in mind?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Currently I have 4 islands in mind. One of them used to nurture a small spirit vein, and there are also several spiritual energy gathering areas on the island. One of them was originally in Xianling sect's territory, but it has now been turned into a demon territory, and there is a small spiritual energy gathering area on it. There are also 2 isolated islands that were discovered by cultivators who went out to sea in recent years, and there are also 2 small spirit veins on them. There are also spiritual energy gathering areas on the islands, and one of them even has a mid-grade spiritual material vein, but it's a pity that it's quite barren." Enlightened Master Guoxianshan looked at Lu Ping in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to be prepared for this. These 4 islands are not bad either. I heard that you've already gathered 2 small spirit veins on Huangli Island, and after moving these 4 islands here, you can put them to good use immediately. No wonder people say that your Huangli Island is now a cornucopia." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Speaking of which, this disciple has something to report to Martial Uncle. Ever since I opened up Huangli Island, I've received a lot of help from the sect. Huangli Island is, after all, the Jinling sect's Huangli Island. After Huangli Island expands, I'm afraid there will be more cultivators on the island, and I'm afraid that it's beyond disciples' capabilities. I hope that the sect can send more cultivators to Huangli Island, open a market, and control the cultivators on the island. This way, the island will be orderly, and the sect will be able to gather more wealth." Enlightened Master Guoxianshan laughed heartily and said, "Brat, you're indeed a quick-witted fellow. Don't worry. Huangli Island will still be under your management. Although there are a lot of cultivation resources on the island, most of them are for blood condensation and blood refining realm cultivators. Don't forget to take care of the disciples of the True Soul Side Hall. As for the rest, you have the pill refining technique to refine blood condensing pills. As long as you produce a few dozen more blood condensing pills every year, who in the sect would dare to say anything? As for the small portion of the cultivation resources for core forging stage cultivators, the amount of spirit pills you provide to your friends every year is already enough. Who would dare to say that you're monopolizing the island and becoming the king?" With enlightened Master Guoxuanshan's words, Lu Ping finally felt relieved. The prosperity of Huangli Island in recent years had indeed made some cultivators in the sect unhappy. Some said that he was arrogant and domineering, some said that he was using his power to bully others, and some even said that he wanted to take the island for himself and leave the sect. Although it was ridiculous, the public opinion could melt gold. Chapter 4:15. Universe Island was a medium-sized island, but its geographical location was extremely special. In the North Sea, Universe Island was at the very center. Among the numerous islands of various sizes in the North Sea, Universe Island was like a chess piece on the celestial position on a chessboard. Universe Island's geographical location was special, and its name was not bad. However, it was originally an extremely barren medium-sized island. There was not even a small spirit vein within a radius of 100 or so kilometers. Spirit ores, spirit materials, and the like were even more lacking. However, the sects of the North Sea ultimately valued the location of this island. The 10 great sects took the lead and each took out a small spirit vein, forming a medium-sized spirit vein that was drawn to the center of Universe Island. Then, they built pavilions and pavilions on Universe Island. Universe Island became the place where the sects of the North Sea discussed matters of the North Sea and coordinated their relationships. Due to the nourishment of the spirit vein, its special geographical location, and the fact that the sects of the North Sea often quarreled with each other over various matters, Universe Island became more and more prosperous in the North Sea. The 10 great sects each divided up their sphere of influence on Universe Island, occupying the majority of the island. The remaining areas were divided among the other powerful sects and clans of the North Sea. Over time, Universe Island became a neutral zone in the North Sea. Whenever there was a gathering between the various sects, as long as it was not proposed by a single sect, most of them would choose to hold it on Universe Island. On this particular day, 2 cultivators, one old and one young, walked out from the teleportation array on Universe Island. After the 2 of them walked out from the teleportation array, the young cultivator followed behind the old cultivator as they walked towards a palace in the center of Universe Island. This palace was built by Jinling on Universe Island. When Lu Ping followed Fornax Laozu to the entrance of the palace, 3 large words "Snow Mist Palace" were written on the wide inscribed board. Fornax Laozu paused at the entrance and said, "The other Laozu of our sect who is guarding Universe Island is Tianshui Laozu of this Snow Mist Palace. You should also know that after meeting Senior Sister Tianshui, you should not speak too much. Just listen. Senior Sister Tianshui has a strict personality and her words are sharp." Back then, Tianlin and Tianling, the 2 martial nephews, were lawless and out of control, and were always disciplined by Senior Sister Tianshui. You are the disciple of Tianling, so after meeting her, you should also be careful with your words. Lu Ping's expression was very strange, but he still nodded his head. Tianshui Laozu was one of the 3 Mit Dharma Laozu of Jinling. She was one of the 2 experts that their sect relied on to fight against Xianling sect's Dao Shang Laozu. How would Lu Ping dare to offend this old woman? Now, he was afraid that this Laozu would make things difficult for him because of his teacher, who asked him to be a junior and a junior with low strength at that. If his teacher was here, even if Tianshui Laozu did not have a good expression on her face, she would at most make a few sarcastic remarks and not make things difficult for him. However, if it was Lu Ping, it might not be the case. After all, he was someone from the same generation as her disciple. How could Tianshui Laozu possibly put down her face to make things difficult for him? However, this was also hard to say. It was common for these experts to do strange things. Who could say for sure? Lu Ping was worried about his personal gains and losses. After taking a few steps into the Snow Mist Palace, his mind was already spinning with many thoughts. Tianshui Laozu looked to be in her 40s. She was still a stunning beauty that still retained some of her charm. However, compared to her teacher who was dressed in palace attire and had a graceful and elegant image, Tianshui Laozu was dressed in a capable and experienced attire. It was obvious that she had a straightforward character. However, it was unknown why Tianlu Laozu described her as old-fashioned and strict. Tianlu Laozu stepped forward and smiled. "It's been a few years since we last met. How have you been, senior sister? What's good about it?" The moment Tianshui Laozu opened her mouth, she became very angry. "On this Huanyu Island, I've been arguing with a bunch of smelly and shameless people every day. I'm so angry that I could die. Unlike you guys, all of you are hiding in Tianling Mountain saying that you're guarding the sect. There's even one that's even worse. He directly went to the Eastern Sea to look for scenic spots, leaving me, a weak girl, on this Huanyu Island with no one to care about me. This Jinling man is really something." Lu Ping lowered his head. Even with his mid-stage core forging realm cultivation, he couldn't help but laugh at Tianshui Laozu's words. Tianlu Laozu seemed to have already gotten used to Tian Shui Laozu's way of speaking. He laughed dryly. Senior sister is the pillar of our sect. This Huanyu Island is, after all, the place where the Alliance of the Northern Seas sects is located. Senior sister's presence here is where our sect's confidence lies. If senior sister were to throw away her responsibilities, wouldn't this Huanyu Island become Xianling sect's Dao Yan's word? He dares. Tian Shui Laozu's eyebrows shot up as she spat out a few words. I'll beat him to death. That's right. Tianlu Laozu no longer had a trace of his sect's prestige as the sect's Laozu. His mouth was full of flattery as he said, "Don't you see what kind of person senior sister is? She's our sect's third, no second expert." Suppressing a Xianling sect's mid-stage Dharma cultivator is just a piece of cake. Lu Ping could clearly see that when Tianlu Laozu said third, Tian Shui Laozu's eyebrows furrowed. Tianlu Laozu immediately said second. Only then did Tian Shui Laozu let out a light snort and let him finish his sentence. Tian Shui Laozu waved her hand impatiently and said, "Cut the crap. This time it's the Northern Seas Alchemist Gathering, right? The lowest requirement there is to be an alchemist master. You've brought such a young lad this time. Don't tell me he's the disciple of that crazy lass from Tianling? The one who's been in the limelight recently, water sword deity?" Lu Ping sighed in his heart. Perhaps this Laozu was the most unscrupulous person in the sect. However, it was no wonder. The person in front of him was one of the 3 mid-stage Dharma cultivators in the sect. In the sect, she could naturally do whatever she wanted. As long as it wasn't a traitor, who would dare to argue with her? Lu Ping hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Lu Ping pays his respects to Martial Grandaunt Tian Shui. Tian Shui Laozu's eyes lit up. Lu Ping felt as if a sharp knife was slicing across his body. Tian Shui Laozu had a look of surprise on her face as she said, "Lad, you dare to call yourself a sword deity at such a young age. Even Yujin sect's Mo Jianli doesn't dare to call yourself that. I heard that you're also an alchemist. Can you take care of both?" Yujin sect was the only major sword cultivator sect in the Northern Sea. Mo Jianli was a mid-stage Dharma cultivator from Yujin sect, Laozu. Lu Ping obeyed Tianlu Laozu's instructions and replied, "Disciple will do his best." Tian Shui Laozu laughed coldly, "Lad, it's not that easy to enter the Northern Sea Alchemist Master Gathering, especially for someone as young as you. Others have worked hard for hundreds of years to achieve this. You only took 30 to 50 years to achieve this. Do you think others will let you off so easily? Even with Tianlu's recommendation, others will still make things difficult for you." Tianlu Laozu's expression turned grave as he said, "Why? Did senior apprentice sister hear some news? In the past, when there were new alchemists, as long as someone recommended them, they wouldn't make things difficult for them. But this time, someone actually dares to make things difficult for me, Zhenling?" Tian Shui Laozu glared at him and said, "Other than Xianling sect, who else dares to challenge our sect? Isn't this all because of that last Xianqin back then?" Tianlu Laozu's expression changed as he said, "Wei Shuren, that fellow is here?" Tian Shui Laozu sighed and said, "Not only is he here, that fellow has already become Xianling sect's second alchemist master. This time, that old bastard is here to show off to the various sects in the Northern Sea. If Xianqin was here, she would naturally suppress him. But this little fellow? Humph. Lu Ping directly ignored Tian Shui Laozu's disdainful expression. When that Wei Shuren was in the 4th layer core forging realm, he might not have had Lu Ping's current alchemy skills. However, the crucial point now was not cultivation but alchemy skills. Tianlu Laozu helplessly looked at Lu Ping and said, "This is also Xuanqin's fault. That year when Wei Shuren challenged her, not only did Xianqin win, she even ruthlessly ridiculed him, causing an alchemist master to vomit blood and faint. She lost all her face. Now that the other party is seeking revenge, it is expected." Tian Shui Laozu pointed at Tianlu Laozu and said, "What kind of teacher are you? That year, that Wei Shuren provoked Xianqin with his words. That last Xianqin only gave him a taste of his own medicine. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, you as her teacher didn't protect Xianqin because of those 2 bastards Tianlin and Tianling, allowing that last Xianqin to leave in a fit of anger. That's wrong." Tianlu Laozu smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Lu Ping quietly stood behind Tianlu Laozu with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. Tianshui Laozu glanced at Lu Ping. He knew that Tianlu Laozu wasn't willing to mention what happened in the past in front of a junior. Thus, he coldly snorted and said, "Brat, it seems like you're also a talent. Sooner or later you'll know about this. Although you're that crazy last Tianling's disciple, you don't have to be afraid that I, Laozu, will make things difficult for a junior like you." However, Tianshui Laozu suddenly said sternly, "Brat, if you throw our sect's face in the alchemist assembly, don't blame me, Laozu, for using this as an excuse to send you to the seabed to mine ores for 5 years." Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and looked at Tianshui Laozu with bright eyes. "If this disciple didn't throw our sect's face, shouldn't Laozu give me some benefits as a reward?" Tianshui Laozu and Tianlu Laozu looked at this extremely daring brat in front of them in shock. He was actually so calm and unruffled in front of Fa Xiang Laozu. Tianshui Laozu was so angry that he laughed. "If you didn't throw our sect's face, that's what you ought to do. Don't tell me you're thinking of using our sect's honor to threaten me, Laozu." Lu Ping cursed inwardly as an old fox. He grew up in Jinling. To put it bluntly, Jinling was his home. How could Lu Ping allow Jinling to throw their sect's face in front of other sects just because there were no benefits? However, Lu Ping's spirit was shaken. This was the second time Tianshui Laozu spoke in such a long tone. As expected, Tianshui Laozu continued, "If you can obtain the 5 years lifespan pill formula in the alchemist assembly, even if you lose face, I Laozu will reward you with something. If you don't lose face and obtain the lifespan pill formula, I Laozu will let you pick 3 items from my collection. Deal." Lu Ping's words caused Tianlu Laozu's expression to turn weird. Tianshui Laozu, on the other hand, was laughing coldly. Lu Ping didn't care about all these. The reason why he went against Tianshui Laozu was because he was angry that Tianshui Laozu kept calling his master crazy lass. Furthermore, Tianshui Laozu was obviously standing on Xianqin Laozu's side. Although Lu Ping wasn't sure what exactly happened back then, he could guess that the reason why his master and grandmaster had a falling out was most likely because of this martial ant Xianqin. However, after hearing Tianshui Laozu's words, Lu Ping was overjoyed. Currently, he had a 5 years lifespan pill formula in his hand. He even had a 10 years lifespan pill formula. He was already in an invincible position. Of course, the 10 years lifespan pill formula was too shocking in the Northern Sea. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't take it out easily. Chapter 416. The North Sea Alchemist Gathering was held in the North Sea Palace on Huanyu Island. It was a magnificent palace. Lu Ping followed Fornax Laozu to the North Sea Palace. Along the way, Lu Ping had already heard a lot about the entrance test from Laozu. The alchemy world had strict rules. Anyone who became an alchemy master had to be recognized by the cultivation world in advance. This couldn't be faked. However, this North Sea Alchemy Master Gathering was a spontaneous event. Although it was led by the top 10 sects, the participants were alchemy masters from all over the North Sea. The North Sea was vast, so it was impossible for all the alchemy masters to come every time. It was also impossible for every alchemy master to know each other and know each other's abilities. Therefore, there was an entrance test. However, it was just a formality. As long as they recognized each other's abilities, it would be fine. Naturally, no one would dare to offend an alchemy master. However, if one really ran into an enemy during the entrance test, then one could only blame oneself for not being strong enough. However, if he really ran into an enemy at the entrance and was blocked by the entrance test, then he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. This kind of thing had happened in the North Sea before. 150 years ago, Zhenling Sect's enlightened Xianqin became an alchemy grandmaster, and followed the Forsaken Grandmaster to the North Sea Alchemy Gathering. Xianling Sect's alchemy grandmaster Wei Shiren tried his best to stop them, but unexpectedly, he was the one who made a mess and enlightened Xianqin barged in. 50 years later, enlightened Xianqin turned around and blocked Wei Shiren outside the North Sea Palace. Another 20 years later, enlightened Xianqin once again participated in the North Sea Palace and Wei Shiren was blocked again. 60 years ago, enlightened Xianqin attended the North Sea Palace for the last time. Wei Shiren once again rushed to the North Sea Palace and saw enlightened Xianqin sneering at him from afar. Lu Ping followed enlightened Tianlu to the North Sea Palace. Before he entered, he heard a voice coming from the palace. Jinling brought a newcomer this time? Tianlu, is this little guy an alchemy master? Could he be one of your juniors? The rules of the North Sea alchemy master can't be broken. Don't think about favoritism. Haha, there's a good show. Look, old Wei's eyes aren't right. There was surprise, ridicule, and mockery in his voice. However, Fornax Laozu acted as if he had nothing to do with this matter. He walked into the palace without saying a word. Lu Ping was about to step in when he heard a voice say, "Kid, don't go in yet." Lu Ping's expression did not change as he continued to walk inside. A belt of fire was already rushing towards him from the left side of the palace. Lu Ping did not stop and continued to take another step forward. At this time he was only 6 steps away from the threshold. Heaven and earth, mysterious flame? Lu Ping smiled and flicked his finger. The 7 treasures gored in his heart core spouted out a bright yellow flame. The flame flowed along Lu Ping's finger and turned into a rope of fire that shot towards the tongue of fire. Lu Ping's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the tongue of fire. Not bad. Old man, come and have a try. As soon as he finished speaking, a flame burned towards him. It was another rare fire. However, this flame was different from the previous tongue of flame. Every time it jumped, there would be an explosion in the air. Lu Ping squinted his eyes. A black flame flew out from the thumb-sized golden house hanging on his neck. It was like a burning black curtain that rushed towards the exploding flame. Fortunately, he had caught Lu Qin this time. Because Tianling Laozu was guarding the spirit mine on Frost Island and Tianlin Laozu was guarding Huangli Island, Zhang Xianxian suddenly became a child without her parents. Lu Ping was not worried that someone would plot against his little junior sister, but he was worried that someone would plot against him through Lu Qin. Therefore, he could only bring his little junior sister to Huangli Island and let Tianlin Laozu have a headache over his daughter. Lu Qiner was brought here by Lu Ping. This time he could use the dark prison poisonous fire of the ice and fire rings to fight against the enemy. Dark prison poisonous fire. The cultivators in the palace exclaimed. The exploding flame suddenly stopped and the sound of the exploding flame became more frequent. It intertwined with the dark prison poisonous fire and fought against each other. The dark prison poisonous fire was famous among the rare fires. It was not because it was suitable for alchemy, but because it was difficult to deal with and special. First, it could only be used to make poisonous pills. Second, it could pollute the fire seed of other rare fires. One of the most frightening things in alchemy was that the fire seed was not pure. Not only would it affect the success rate, but if it was poisoned, it would become a poisonous pill. That would be a big problem. As expected, when Lu Ping's dark prison poisonous fire appeared, the second cultivator in the palace looked as if he had been hit by bad luck. He muttered to himself, "This is a big loss. Even if the fire seed is not polluted, I have to check it again just in case. I'm afraid this fire seed can't be used for another year or 2. Lu Ping took advantage of the shock of the dark prison poisonous fire and took another step forward. At this time he was only 5 steps away from the door of North Sea Palace. The moment Lu Ping's foot touched the ground, 2 flames flew towards him. From afar, 2 waves of heat attacked him. Lu Ping looked at the 2 waves of fire and his brows tightened. One was cauldron fire and the other was obviously a small fire-type technique. These people really resent me. Didn't I just reach this realm a few years earlier than them? Is there a need to be so jealous? Lu Ping could not help but resent them. He turned his right hand and touched his chest while performing a hand seal. A core fire flew out as well, but the core fire was faintly divided into 3 colors. It was the true Samadhi fire minor fire that Lu Qiner had yet to master. However, seeing that the core fire was divided into 3 colors, it was clear that she had obtained 2 fire seeds. He heard that Lu Qiner had been playing with little junior sister all this time, and her teacher and grandmaster had given her treasures. Could it be 2 fire seeds? Lu Ping cursed to himself. She had only been playing with little junior sister all day, and she had obtained 2 fire seeds. Even Lu Ping would be jealous of such a good thing. Lu Ping did not think that the items given by Fa Xiang Laozu would be ordinary. As for the other fire minor technique, Lu Ping cast Luan Yu's technique of combining the 3 fires on the Wutong tree into one to block the fire miner technique. Lu Ping took another step forward, and he was only 4 steps away from the door. At the spur of the moment, someone in the palace said, "Fine, the old man has made a move too, but he's bullying the young." As soon as the voice died away, a green mist flew toward the flames that were fighting Lu Ping. Fornax Laozu's snort was vaguely heard from the palace. "Imu Qi." Lu Ping cursed internally. "Which old bastard is making a move again? He'd rather spend money than let me have an easy time." The Iwu Qi was a wood elemental heaven and earth mysterious treasure. It had many uses, one of which was the ability to ignite the fire seed and increase the power of the fire. However, this was even more extravagant than when Luan Yu used a second-grade mutated wood elemental heaven and earth mysterious treasure to ignite the fire seed. Although it was a heaven and earth mysterious treasure, there was no point in burning it. With the help of the Iwu Qi, the few sparks that were entangled with Lu Ping suddenly grew stronger and surged towards him. Lu Ping's heart ached, but he could not be bothered at the moment. He touched his storage ring with his right hand, and 2 of the 8 high-grade spirit stones flew toward each of the 4 flames that he was controlling. "Explode!" Lu Ping shouted internally. The 4 flames surged after he activated the spirit explosion technique, and they resisted the flames that were helped by the Imu Qi. "Hey, this secret technique that stimulates the spiritual stone's spiritual qi is interesting." "It's more than interesting. It's simply extraordinary." "Fornax, when did Jinling find such a technique? Are you willing to exchange it at this meeting? The old man happens to have a fire seed that he doesn't need. What do you think?" The people sitting in the palace were all North Sea alchemy grandmasters and above. Naturally, they knew about Lu Ping's spirit explosion technique. They immediately asked Fornax Laozu about it, and were even eager to exchange for this secret technique. However, Fornax Laozu refused all of them. As a grandmaster alchemy forging master, how could he not know the long-term benefits of the spirit explosion technique? A fire seed? To hell with it. Taking advantage of the power of the spirit explosion technique, Lu Ping took another step forward. At this time he was only 3 steps away from the North Sea Palace. At this moment a cold snort mixed with a cold intent, as if it had turned into a sharp thorn, stabbed towards Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping sneered. Finally couldn't help but make a move. Lu Ping was able to use the water attribute cultivation method to improve his alchemy technique to such a level. One of the biggest reasons was that his divine sense was far superior to ordinary people. At this time, Lu Ping's cultivation was only at the middle stage of core forging, but his divine sense was not inferior to that of a late-stage core forging cultivator. In fact, it was even stronger than an ordinary late-stage core forging cultivator. This time, the cultivator who attacked Lu Ping was a bit stronger than Lu Ping due to his cultivation and identity as an alchemy master. However, it was not much stronger. Lu Ping tried his best to defend, and the other party was helpless. However, as a result, Lu Ping was still a step too slow. In the North Sea Palace, a sea blue flame passed through the entanglement of several flames in the air and flew towards Lu Ping. Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire. In the end, that person still used this method. Sea Blue Flame, a high-grade mystic class Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire. Lu Ping's mind moved, and the same blue flame flew out from Lu Ping's hand. Oh, this kid has a lot of good things in his hands. It seems that since Xianqin left, Tianlu and the others have put all their effort into cultivating this kid. You even found the blue spiritual fire for him. This kind of spirit fire is the most suitable for alchemy among the mystic class spirit fires. Ordinary low-grade spirit fires are not as good as it. Listening to the question of an alchemy master from the Zonglang sect, Tianlu Laozu smiled faintly and did not answer. It seemed as if he agreed, but in fact, even Tianlu Laozu secretly sighed that this kid was lucky. He had only been in the cultivation world for a few years, and he already had such a fortuitous encounter. The blue spiritual fire resisted the sea blue flame, and Lu Ping finally took the 5th step. The North Sea Palace was close at hand. Chapter 417. Under the siege of several people, Lu Ping easily walked to a place only 2 steps away from the North Sea Palace. It was obviously beyond the expectations of the alchemy grandmasters in the North Sea Palace. Just as Lu Ping was about to set off again, a colorful mist surrounded Lu Ping. Lu Ping's heart moved, and a layer of golden protective aura floated around his body. When the colorful mist came into contact with Lu Ping's myriad meteoric poison shield, it was like a moth flying into a flame, gathering on the myriad meteoric poison shield. Then the mist was stripped of its toxins and disappeared in the air. Hey, this kid really has a way to restrain the poisonous mist, and it's so fast. My 5-colored cold shield is quite powerful. Ordinary core forging cultivators would have a hard time dealing with it, but he broke it so easily. 5-colored cold shield? Lu Ping shook his head disdainfully. This kind of thing could only be used as fertilizer for the myriad meteoric poison shield. At this moment, another orange flame flew over. Lu Ping heard Fornax Laozu say angrily from the palace, Wei Shuren, 2 heaven and earth spirit fires. Do you still have any face as an alchemy grandmaster? The hall unexpectedly quieted down, leaving only a few flames rising at the door, changing into various shapes. However, Lu Ping could still feel that when the orange flame flew over, the power of the flames that blocked him immediately decreased a lot, and their attacks also slowed down. Lu Ping smiled slightly. It seemed that Grandmaster Wei Shuren really did not have the temperament of a grandmaster. However, this orange flame was actually a high-grade earth-step meteor flying fire, and it was quite difficult to resist. Right at this moment, a slightly awkward laugh rang out from within the hall. This young friend of yours isn't bad. He must be extremely powerful to have such accomplishments at such a young age. Martial nephew Shuren also wants to see exactly what kind of abilities this young friend possesses. I believe everyone here is rather curious as well. Fornax Laozu sneered. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. To be honest, these methods were really not enough for Lu Ping. As long as Lu Ping brandished the golden scale sword and charged forward, even if he was no match for these alchemy masters, it would not be a problem for him to rush into the North Sea Palace. However, to enter the North Sea Palace, one had to use the methods of alchemy masters, and Lu Ping's water attribute cultivation method was inherently lacking in controlling these spiritual fires. He could not display the full power of the spiritual fires at all. He could only rely on his extraordinarily strong real essence and tyrannical divine sense to tangle with these people. Fortunately, although there were many who tried to stop Lu Ping from entering the North Sea Palace, other than Wei Shuren, no one was willing to make an enemy out of Lu Ping. Besides, with Zhen Lingsek's influence, the crowd naturally wouldn't go all out against Lu Ping. However, they also didn't want a junior like Lu Ping to enter the North Sea Palace so easily. Which one of the alchemy masters in the North Sea Palace had not struggled in the cultivation world for hundreds of years before they had the strength and status they had today? Lu Ping was only a little guy who had only cultivated for a few decades, and yet he could be on equal footing with them. Wouldn't it seem like they had lived their lives like dogs? Why? Therefore, when Wei Shuren disregarded the rules and made up his mind to keep Lu Ping out of the North Sea Palace with 2 spirit fires, the other cultivators only showed a little mercy and didn't stop their attacks, even though they realized that it was too much to ask of Lu Ping. Good. The North Sea Palace's Jinling Furnace Laozu was so angry that he laughed. He looked gloomily at the few cultivators who were trying their best to block Lu Ping and said, The Jinling Furnace has seen everything that happened today. I don't think so many people will come to the next gathering. Everyone could feel the anger in the heart of one of the few Dharma stage alchemy grandmasters in the North Sea. Today things had really gone too far. No one had thought that so many people would make a move at once, and that the rash young man outside the door was a troublemaker. When everyone tried to stop him, even if he didn't take a few steps back, he should at least stay where he was for a moment. Since everyone had achieved their goal, they would naturally stop. But this brat took 5 steps in a row and didn't even stop. He walked all the way into the North Sea Palace. Those methods that tried to stop him were easily resolved by him as if they were nothing. This made those alchemy grandmasters who tried to stop him lose face. The meteor flying fire was really like a shooting star, leaving a long trail of flames in the air. When it flew out of the North Sea Palace and smashed towards Lu Ping, a purple flame immediately rose from Lu Ping's body. The Eastern Purple Chi Flame. Looks like Jinling spent a lot of money on it. It's a mid-earth level spirit fire, but it's still a bit lacking compared to the meteor flying fire. This Xianling sect's foundation is really deep. After all, they didn't get to be the top sect in the North Sea for thousands of years for nothing. Nonsense, Jinling is the alchemy master. and the one who attacked is a grandmaster. If a grandmaster doesn't even have a high earth-level spirit fire, how can he use it to refine Dharma adepts? In the end, the Eastern Purple Chi flame was still at a disadvantage. Lu Ping seemed to see the smug face of Xianling Sec's Wei Shiren through the orange-yellow flame. Lu Ping's heart was filled with resentment. Your grandpa Lu must go in today. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ping sent 10 shiny high-grade spirit stones into the Eastern Purple Chi flame. Almost at the same time they exploded. Before the rich spiritual energy could disperse, it was absorbed by the Eastern Purple Chi flame. The Eastern Purple Chi flame grew stronger after it was replenished. It was no longer in a disadvantageous position, and it managed to block the meteor flying fire. Lu Ping stepped forward with his left foot and took another step forward. Inside the North Sea Palace, Fornax Laozu didn't say anything else after saying those harsh words. Instead, he closed his eyes as if he had entered a meditative state. His calm face didn't reveal a trace of emotion. Instead, it caused the few cultivators who attacked to be at a loss as to what to do next. But now it was hard for them to back down. If they stopped now, Jinling might not be on their side, and they would also have to offend Xianling sect. They would lose face as well. If they didn't stop now, they would have to wait for Fornax Laozu's revenge at the next meeting. These alchemy masters were all here because they had a lot of interests behind them. If they couldn't enter the North Sea Palace, they would lose more than just themselves. At the thought of this, the few alchemy masters who attacked looked resentful. Some of them were from large sects in the North Sea, but the others were rogue cultivators or those who didn't have enough power behind them. Everyone here knew about Jinling's influence in the North Sea. Other than Laozu, the 8 Dharma adepts who everyone loved to talk about, only Jinling could counterattack continuously under the wild attacks of the North Sea demon tribe. In comparison, Xianling sect, which had always been known as the #1 sect in the North Sea, had very few bright spots. It gave people the feeling that the sun was setting in the west. Wei Shiren saw that Lu Ping had actually blocked 2 of his attacks. If he included the divine sense attack from before, that was already 3 times. According to the rule that alchemy masters of the North Sea Palace only attacked once, not only was Wei Shiren bullying the young, but he had also lost face. But now Wei Shiren had no way out. If he allowed that kid to enter, he would not only lose face but he would be skinned alive. A fierce look flashed in Wei Shiren's eyes. Ever since he became an alchemy master, he had lived with the ridicule of the North Sea cultivators for more than 100 years. Back then Mei Xianqin, who had started cultivating later than Jinling, had blocked him 3 times in a row in the North Sea Palace. Each time, he had retreated with his tail between his legs. Wei Shiren had long become a laughingstock among the alchemy masters of the North Sea Palace. At worst he would be mocked again. Even if he was condemned by everyone, he couldn't let this kid in today. Wei Shiren had a feeling that this kid would be a genius whose achievements would not be inferior to Mei Xuanqin's in the future. If Wei Shiren missed this opportunity today, it would be difficult to suppress him in the future. Wei Shiren suddenly sat up straight. Tianlu Laozu suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Wei Shiren. Clearly, Tianlu Laozu was not really calm just now. He was constantly paying attention to Wei Shiren's condition. The other alchemy grandmaster of Xianling sect, Dharma cultivator Dao Li Laozu, was shocked. He sat up straight and said, "Brother Tianlu, what are you doing?" Before Dao Li Laozu could finish, he saw a small palm leaf fan suddenly appear in Wei Shiren's hand. The fan spun and grew to the size of a foot. Spirit light flowed on the fan's surface. It was obviously a spirit-connected artifact. Wei Shiren's face was ferocious. He swung the fan at the entrance of the North Sea Palace. Tianlu Laozu's furious voice sounded, "Wind fan." Then a loud noise came from inside the North Sea Palace. The whole palace shook, and Dao Li Laozu's voice came from inside. "Tianlu, what are you doing? I will definitely give you, Jinling, an explanation for this." Lu Ping was only 1 step away from the North Sea Palace. Suddenly, he felt a strange wind blowing toward him, as if it was about to blow into his bones. Then he saw the meteor flying fire's fire surge. Not only did it suppress the east-rising purple chi, but the other flames that were fighting beside it also retreated like defeated roosters. Lu Ping's eyes were filled with orange flames, as if it would not stop until Lu Ping was burned to ashes. At this critical moment, Lu Ping stretched out his finger and drew faster and faster. The east-rising purple qi in front of him also followed Lu Ping's finger, and turned into a spinning cone of fire, colliding with the meteor flying fire. Such a method naturally could not block the meteor flying fire with the help of the wind fan. Lu Ping already had a plan. A blue stream of water suddenly swirled around Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping's spiritual yuan surged, and the blue spiritual yuan was injected into the blue stream of water. The entire stream of water seemed to have a layer of light. Facing the surging meteor flying fire, Lu Ping took another step forward. The threshold of the North Sea Palace was finally stepped under Lu Ping's feet, and the surrounding attacks suddenly stopped. The meteor flying fire turned back into a fire seed and flew back to Wei Shiren's hand. Lu Ping stood at the entrance of the North Sea Palace unscathed. A blue stream of water flowed up and down, protecting Lu Ping. The scene inside the palace was clear at a glance. More than 20 cultivators sat cross-legged in various parts of the palace, looking up and down at Lu Ping with a variety of complex emotions. Lu Ping sneered and lifted his foot to walk into the palace. "Wait, you are not qualified to enter the North Sea Palace. Wei Shiren, I Fornax will kill you today." Just as a loud shout came, it was interrupted by Fornax Laozu's roar. Chapter 418. Lu Ping looked at Wei Shiren in surprise. Not only Lu Ping, but the other alchemy grandmasters in the palace were also thinking that Wei Shiren had lost all sense of shame. Xianling Sect's Dao Yin ancestor looked at the furious Fornax Sect's ancestor with trepidation. He was afraid that the Fornax Sect's ancestor would suddenly kill Wei Shiren, and he would not be able to stop it. Although he also knew that the Fornax Sect's ancestor would not really kill Wei Shiren. If the Xianling Sect's alchemy grandmaster died in the hands of Xianling Sect, then there would really be no room for reconciliation between the two sections. However, looking at Fornax Laozu's rage, Dun Laozu was not confident. At the same time, he could not help but blame Wei Shiren in his heart. "You said that you were ruined by Jinling's Mei Xianqin, and now that you have become an alchemy grandmaster, you came to the North Sea Palace to feel proud. After all, the appearance of an alchemy grandmaster is also the glory of the sect. You said that you want to teach Jinling's junior a lesson to vent your anger. That is also understandable. You said that you have broken the rules several times, so you want to vent your anger." Daoyin Laozu pinched his nose. "That is also understandable. But what is going on now? Wei Shiren has come in with his own ability, but you are still so unforgiving. You, Wei Shiren, are the laughingstock of the North Sea alchemy world. You don't mind losing face once or twice, but Xianling Sect still wants to save face." Daoyin Laozu finally could not stand it anymore and said, "Martial nephew Wei, enough." Unexpectedly at this moment Wei Shiren seemed to have gone mad. He ignored Laozu's scolding and said to Lu Ping, "The North Sea Palace has always had a rule that anyone who can enter this palace must use the means of an alchemy master. You, a junior, used a stream of heaven and earth spirit water to block the spiritual fire we use for alchemy. What kind of logic is this? Can this spiritual water be used for alchemy?" In the silent hall, only Wei Shiren's slightly deranged voice echoed. Although the cultivators present had already recognized Lu Ping's right to enter the North Sea Palace, when they heard Wei Shiren's words, they only curiously looked at the water ribbon around Lu Ping's body. Then, with a look of realization, they said, "I was wondering how he could block the meteor flying fire. So it's the earth-grade Songlan water. In this case, coupled with the east-rising purple qi from before, he should be able to block it." Surprisingly, the cultivators in the hall all ignored Lu Ping's rule-breaking behavior. At the very least, Wei Shiren had broken the rules by attacking Lu Ping several times in a row. Although Wei Shiren was using the means of an alchemist, and the rules were not the same as the rules, he couldn't be so shameless. A late-core forging realm cultivator was attacking a mid-core forging realm cultivator repeatedly. If the mid-core forging realm cultivator didn't defend with all his might, would he have to stretch out his neck and let Wei Shiren kill him? Lu Ping looked at Wei Shiren, who did not have the bearing of an alchemy grandmaster, and was speechless. Grandmaster Wei Shiren was obviously unaware of the situation in the palace. He continued to say loudly, "We alchemy masters do not use water to refine pills. Since you have broken the rules, you should leave. There is no place for you in the North Sea Palace." Lu Ping ignored Wei Shiren and walked straight into the palace. At this time, Wei Shiren finally came to his senses. He realized that his words had not been approved by the cultivators in North Sea Palace. However, the cultivators in the palace looked at each other. The rules of the alchemy world had always been strict. If it were not for Wei Shiren's insistence today, which was really annoying, Lu Ping would not have been able to enter North Sea Palace no matter what. However, if they allowed Lu Ping to enter North Sea Palace, it seemed that the rules would be broken. Therefore, more than 10 alchemy grandmasters in North Sea Palace looked at the Dharma stage alchemy grandmasters sitting in the seats of honor. The grandmasters then looked at Fornax Laozu. Obviously, no one wanted to offend Fornax Laozu. However, Fornax Laozu seemed to be even more ruthless. This time he really closed his eyes and meditated. For a moment, the Dharma stage alchemy grandmasters of North Sea Palace seemed to have no idea what to do. However, Lu Ping thought for a moment and sneered at Wei Shiren. Who said that spirit water can't be used to refine pills? Lu Ping took out a few ordinary spirit herbs from his storage ring. With a thought, the Zhonglan water suddenly turned into a three-legged cauldron. A stream of water wrapped the spirit herbs into the cauldron. In just a moment, a blood-refining stage spirit water pill was out of the cauldron. Many of the alchemy masters in the palace looked at Lu Ping in surprise. They all whispered, "What kind of method is this? How can spirit water be used to refine pills? Is this the legendary spirit water pill formation technique? Is the legend true? Is there really such a miraculous alchemy technique? It's really miraculous. Now there's no reason to expel Jinling's disciple from North Sea Palace." This Wei Shiren, I didn't expect that even after becoming an alchemy grandmaster, he's still a nobody. This time Xianling sect. Wei Shiren was stunned when he saw Lu Ping using the Zhonglan water to concoct a medicinal pellet. As a grandmaster alchemist, how could Wei Shiren not know about medicinal pellets made out of spirit water? However, he always thought it was just a legend that couldn't be taken seriously. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, even the great grandmaster alchemist was stunned. In the end he murmured, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" However, at that moment, even Daoyan Laozu shook his head helplessly. Since it's the spirit water pill formation technique, there's no doubt about it. "Master Lu, please take a seat." Daoyan Laozu had personally acknowledged Lu Ping's qualifications. In the eyes of others, it was as if Xianling sect had bowed down to Jinling. Daoyan Laozu was also helpless. This time Wei Shiren was too unreasonable. Fornax Laozu was furious, and Daoyan Laozu knew that Fornax Laozu was going to kill Jinling. Even if Xianling sect did not fear Jinling, if Fornax Laozu really killed Wei Shiren, Jinling would at least be in the right in North Sea. Looking at Wei Shiren's dazed expression, Daoyan Laozu frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Lu Ping walk towards Fornax Laozu and say, "Since it's a competition between pill masters, and they're using pill master techniques, I'll return the favor." As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, he threw a few thumb-sized pills of various colors at the cultivators who attacked him. What was that? Some of the pill masters looked at the pills flying towards them with puzzled eyes. Some of the cultivators guessed what it was, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Even if they didn't, they still looked nervous. Of course, there were also some cultivators who didn't take it seriously. However, just as the medicinal pellets were about to reach the alchemy grandmasters, a majestic spiritual power surged out from the medicinal pellets. Then, the medicinal pellets suddenly exploded, releasing a variety of spells that surged towards the cultivators who attacked Lu Ping. Intentional combat pill. It's really an intentional combat pill. I didn't expect this person to not only master the legendary pill refining technique of using spiritual water to cultivate pills, but also know how to refine an unorthodox pill like the intentional combat pill. Only the fierce dragon dares to cross the river. What is he doing? Challenging so many alchemy grandmasters by himself? How dare he? Amidst the exclamations of many cultivators in the North Sea Palace, the pills that Lu Ping threw out turned into a black fire, emitting billowing poisonous smoke. It was the black prison poisonous fire that they had seen before, burning towards one of the cultivators. Another turned into a thin needle of ice water and shot towards another cultivator. There was also a small pill that gave birth to a strange one-horned dragon. With a silent roar, it rushed towards an alchemy master with the sonorous sound of metal colliding. Another turned into a torrent of sword techniques, and dense sword lights rushed towards one of the cultivators. These intentional combat pills were used by Lu Ping in his spare time to practice, but this time he had another purpose. Just now, Fornax Laozu had said that he would make things difficult for the cultivators who attacked Lu Ping at the next meeting. Although Fornax Laozu had only said it out of anger, the alchemy masters of the North Sea Palace were interested in it. Everyone was afraid of the power of the North Sea Palace, so in order to protect themselves, they took some necessary defensive measures. It was inevitable that they would treat Jinling as an enemy. As a result, Jinling would be isolated in the alchemy world. This time, Lu Ping's actions were to dispel the concerns of the alchemy masters who attacked him. Lu Ping knew that these intentional combat pills could not do anything to these cultivators, who were at least in the late core forging realm. However, most alchemy masters were not good at fighting, and the power of Lu Ping's intentional combat pills was unleashed when they were caught off guard. Some of the cultivators did not even know what an intentional combat pill was. For a moment, the cultivators who were attacked by Lu Ping were flustered. However, the ones who were in the most danger were not them, but Wei Shuren, who had suffered a huge mental blow. Wei Shuren had attacked Lu Ping 3 times, and Lu Ping had also returned 3 intentional combat pills. However, these 3 intentional combat pills were the most powerful ones that Lu Ping had refined after advancing to the middle core forging realm. A purple pill was the first to explode, and a sword shadow flashed out, slashing towards Wei Shuren's head. True Essence 1 Sword Qi. Wei Shuren was in a trance, but he was a late core forging realm cultivator after all, and he was not a weak alchemy master. When Lu Ping's True Essence 1 Sword Qi slashed down, Wei Shuren was shocked. A pill furnace jumped up from the top of Wei Shuren's head, and with a dang sound, a sword light that seemed to have materialized hit the pill furnace. Wei Shuren felt a huge force, and his body immediately fell back. Lu Ping looked at the pill furnace above Wei Shuren's head, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This was obviously a top-grade pill furnace, but it was too extravagant to use a pill furnace as a defensive artifact. Although it was also an alchemy master's method, it was too extravagant. This Xianling sect was really rich. However, Lu Ping's methods were not limited to this. Immediately after the True Essence 1 Sword Qi, another pill exploded, and the sky was filled with spiritual sword light that swept towards Wei Shuren like a torrent. The top-grade pill furnace above Wei Shuren's head suddenly emitted a series of explosions. Daoyin Laozu's mouth twitched as he watched from the side, while Tianlu Laozu laughed loudly. However, a top-grade pill furnace was still comparable to a spiritual weapon, and the true power of these intentional combat pills could not compare to the same swordsmanship that Lu Ping used with the golden scale sword. The torrent of sword light hit the pill furnace, and countless small holes appeared on its body, but it was not destroyed in the end. Wei Shuren, who had just reacted, felt his heart ache. Although Lu Ping knew that his intentional combat pills could not do anything to this pill furnace, he still felt a little regretful when he saw the result. However, Lu Ping still had a third intentional combat pill. Chapter 419. 2 powerful intentional combat pills in a row made Wei Shuren wobble left and right like a roly-poly doll. A top-grade pill furnace was also hit until it was full of holes. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's third intentional combat pill also arrived. At this time, Wei Shuren was already a little exhausted by Lu Ping's means. Although he was a late-stage core forging cultivator, under the continuous blows, especially the damage to his mind, this alchemy grandmaster no longer had a trace of high-spirited performance. But seeing the third intentional combat pill explode, Wei Shuren had to endure the pain in his heart and put this top-grade pill furnace on top of his head. However, to Wei Shuren's surprise, Lu Ping's third intentional combat pill did not contain any powerful spells, but a wave. Just as the third intentional combat pill exploded, the water vapor around the North Sea Palace gathered here, and a huge wave of water splashed down. Wei Shuren was caught off guard. At this time, how could he still care about the alchemy grandmaster's means? He quickly propped up his protective aura, but then he felt a huge force directly pressing down on him. Wei Shiren's body arched, and he felt the true essence contained in his protective aura leaking out in an instant. Wei Shiren knew that something was wrong and was about to take measures, but it was too late. Wei Shiren's protective aura had been corroded, and the all-pervasive waves had rushed into Wei Shiren's protective aura, drenching him, a late-stage core forging cultivator of Xianling sect and an alchemy grandmaster. This was a naked slap in the face, a blatant humiliation. Wei Shiren's body shook, and a white mist suddenly rose from his body, drying his drenched clothes. Although it only took a blink of an eye from the moment Lu Ping drenched him to the moment Wei Shiren used a spell to dry him, everyone present had already seen everything. If Wei Shiren's dignity as an alchemy grandmaster that was stepped on by Jinling Mei Xianqin was finally picked up because he became an alchemy grandmaster, then from the moment Lu Ping drenched him, Wei Shiren no longer had any dignity in the North Sea cultivation world. No matter how shameless Wei Shiren was, he was the one who didn't want it, but it was a different matter to be humiliated by someone else. You, Junior, you're courting death. Courting death? Who do you want to die? Without waiting for Lu Ping to refute, Fornak's cauldron ancestor interrupted. His eyes stared at Wei Shiren as if he wanted to eat him alive. Wei Shiren was furious, and just as he was about to refute, Laozu stopped him and said, "Brother Qianlu, Marshal Nephew Wei was too impatient just now, why don't we just let it go?" Before Wei Shiren attacked Lu Ping several times, Qianlu Laozu was furious and said that he wanted to kill Wei Shiren. Now that Lu Ping had gotten back at him, Qianlu Laozu naturally would not meddle and kill Wei Shiren. Hence, he sneered at Wei Shiren and said, "Since this kid has gotten back at him, let's forget about today's matter. There's no need for the old man to do anything unnecessary." Although Qianlu Laozu continued Laozu's words, he said it for the alchemy masters in the North Sea Palace who had attacked Lu Ping just now. Therefore, after Qianlu Laozu finished speaking, the alchemy masters heaved a sigh of relief. When they looked at Lu Ping again, there was a trace of gratitude in their eyes. After all, to them, it was really something to be thankful for not being constantly targeted by a Dharma power adept like Laozu. The changes in these people's expressions naturally could not be hidden from the Dharma power adepts present. They all secretly sighed at the two foxes, one big and one small. Qianlu Laozu, the Dharma power adept of the Sea Flame sect, said, "All right, since these small matters have been settled, the alchemy gathering should begin. We should first exchange what we need." Most of the alchemy masters in the North Sea Palace nodded in agreement with Qianlu Laozu's words. Lu Ping also felt a little impatient. This was the first time he had participated in such a grand event, so he was naturally looking forward to it. After the gathering began, all the alchemy masters stood up and walked towards different cultivators as if they had been prepared in advance. Even Qianlu Laozu and Shu Min Laozu of the Misty Water Pavilion were discussing something. From time to time they would exchange some jade boxes, storage bags and the like with each other. Lu Ping thought about it and understood in his heart. Each sect had their own land of inheritance, spiritual herbs and spiritual gardens, but they did not dare to say that they had all the spiritual herbs. Moreover, each sect had different ways of cultivating various spiritual herbs. Some sects were good at cultivating this kind of spiritual herb, so the production of this kind of spiritual herb was higher and the quality was better. Some sects were good at cultivating this kind of spiritual herb, so the production of this kind of spiritual herb was higher, and the quality was better. Some sects were good at cultivating another kind of spiritual herb, so the two sects could exchange what they needed. As soon as the gathering began, all the sects seemed to have already found a target and began to talk in secret. This was because the elixir gathering had been held dozens of times. Although each sect didn't know which sect was rich in spiritual herbs, they had a general understanding of each sect. This time Qianlu Laozu obviously brought Lu Ping here to broaden his horizons. He didn't give him the task of exchanging spiritual herbs, so Lu Ping didn't have to deal with this palace full of old foxes. Some of these people's alchemy skills might not be as good as Lu Ping's, but their knowledge was not inferior to Lu Ping's. After all, living longer was an advantage after all. Lu Ping touched the storage ring on his hand and counted his own assets. This time, in addition to the hundreds of spiritual herbs that he had collected before, Lu Ping also had more than 1,000 spiritual herbs that he had collected on Huangli Island. At the same time, he had also robbed the hundreds of spiritual herbs that Luan Yu had collected in the Golden House. In this way, Lu Ping had collected 2,500 spiritual herbs. In addition, Lu Ping also had 70 to 80 spiritual herbs that were 3,000 years old. Most of them were collected from the spiritual herb garden on the Lonely Mountain in the Golden House. These spiritual herbs had been carefully cultivated by Luan Yu for several years, so they were really full of medicinal properties and were of high quality. Lu Ping walked back and forth in the palace. Many alchemists would take out their spiritual herb samples to compare with each other when they were exchanging. At this time, there would also be cultivators next to them coming forward to evaluate. Naturally, Lu Ping also went forward to listen to the opinions of others. When the other cultivators saw Lu Ping coming, they all nodded and smiled. Obviously, they had already approved of Lu Ping's entry into the North Sea Palace. In addition, there was Jinling behind Lu Ping, so these alchemists had no choice but to treat them carefully. Some alchemists even handed the spiritual herbs in their hands to Lu Ping for evaluation. In addition to their recognition of him, naturally they also wanted to test him. Lu Ping did not refuse any of them. If he knew, he would say it, and if he didn't know, he would say he didn't know. He had the 3 pure true pupils. These years he had been running around everywhere, and the people he came into contact with were alchemy geniuses like Luan Yu and Yu Zhongrui. What he received were the guidance of the top alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation world like Yan Wuxia, Hongye Laozu, and Tianlu Laozu. Even though his own experience was limited, as long as it was something he knew, he could directly point out the essence in a few words, which made the alchemists around him gasp in admiration. When they looked at Lu Ping again, there was more or less a trace of respect in their eyes. If before, most of the people were polite to him because of Jinling behind him and his age, which could be regarded as potential, now everyone had already regarded Lu Ping as a real and quite strong alchemy grandmaster. Lu Xiaoyu, did you see anything in this gathering? How was the harvest? Lu Ping turned around and saw an old man standing behind him with a smile on his face. Lu Ping cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior. This junior came here mainly to gain some experience with the elders of the sect. I haven't exchanged anything with you. May I ask who you are?" The old man smiled and said, "Old man Liao Ruanjia. Liao, who is my son?" Lu Ping suddenly realized and said, "So it is Senior Liao. Junior greets you. Junior and brother Liao have not seen each other for nearly 20 years since we parted at the 7-star cave heaven. How is brother Liao recently?" Liao Ruanjia smiled and said, "That kid is not comparable to you. In the past 2 years, he has just barely broken through the core forging stage. He is still far from becoming an alchemy grandmaster." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior Liao. The Liao family has a long history. Brother Lu will definitely become a great person in the future. It is a pity that Junior didn't know that brother Liao had reached the gold core stage. Otherwise, I would have visited and congratulated you." This Liao, who was a member of the North Sea's Liao family that Lu Ping came into contact with in the Golden Fallen Valley. The North Sea's Liao family was a famous alchemy family in the North Sea. Their alchemy skills were quite unique. Although this family had not produced any famous cultivators in the North Sea for thousands of years, there would always be an alchemy grandmaster in every generation. After thousands of years, the Liao family had some influence in the North Sea. In particular, the North Sea's rogue cultivators would often go to the Liao family to ask for alchemy pills. The Liao family never embezzled any cultivator's spiritual herbs. However, what really allowed the Liao family to gain a foothold in the North Sea was the miraculous pill, the heart-dissolving pill. This was a miraculous pill that could raise a blood condensation realm cultivator's cultivation level by 1 level. Unfortunately, the spirit herbs required to concoct this pill were extremely rare. Hence, the Liao family could only concoct a limited number of pills each time. However, every time they concocted a pill, the cultivators of the North Sea would fight over it. This also allowed the Liao family to accumulate quite a bit of wealth, allowing them to continue to grow and develop the family. But what Grandmaster Liao Ruanjia didn't know was that the Liao family's most secretive pill, the heart-dissolving pill, had long been in the hands of Lu Ping. Even the heart-forging pill, which the Liao family had kept a secret for thousands of years, was obtained by Lu Ping from enlightened Master Liao Ding's belongings in the Golden Fallen Valley. It could be said that Lu Ping's current achievements were greatly aided by enlightened Master Liao Ding's inheritance. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't say these things out loud. However, this didn't prevent Lu Ping from feeling grateful to the Liao family. Moreover, Liao Hu and Lu Ping were friends when they were in the Golden Fallen Valley. What a coincidence. The old man have some things here. I wonder if Lu Xiaoyu is interested in them? If there's anything you like, how about we trade? This Liao Ruanjia was a thoughtful person. Lu Ping smiled and said, since Senior wants to take care of me, Junior will naturally do as you say. Chapter 420. Who in the North Sea Palace couldn't see Lu Ping's status in the Fornax Laozu, or rather, in the Jinling sect? He had only cultivated for a few decades, but his cultivation had already reached the mid-core forging stage. He was a famous genius of the North Sea Palace, and now he was also an alchemy grandmaster. How many of such outstanding juniors could there be in the North Sea? Liao Ruanjia's purpose was very simple. He was betting that Lu Ping wouldn't die prematurely in the future. He would inevitably become a cultivator in the Jinling sect, and his name would shake the North Sea Palace. At that time, deliberately befriending him would bring benefits to the family. Lu Ping was also very clear about Liao Ruanjia's thoughts, because he had encountered this kind of situation more than once. To deal with this kind of situation, Lu Ping's method was also very simple. Who wouldn't take advantage of a situation? Liao Ruanjia directly handed a jade slip to Lu Ping. Lu Ping swept it with his divine sense. The jade slip recorded the treasures that Liao Ruanjia had brought with him to the alchemist's gathering. There were a variety of spirit grasses, pills, pill recipes, and so on. There were more than 100 of them. Lu Ping pondered for a long time and said, I wonder if the pill recipes for the spirit-stabilizing pill, soul-restoring pill, soul-nourishing pill, and divine-accumulating pill can be exchanged? Liao Ruanjia stared blankly for a moment and said, Lu Xiaoyu has a good eye. Of these 7 pills, the first 3 are Qi pills with many uses. The last 4 are suitable for young friends' mid-core forging stage cultivation. The spirit-stabilizing pill, soul-replenishing pill, soul-nourishing pill, and divine-accumulating pill can be exchanged, but Lu Xiaoyu must take out the same amount of pill recipes. If you take out a pill recipe that my Liao family already has, then it can't be exchanged. The other 3 pill recipes are my Liao family's secret, so they can't be exchanged. However, if it's Lu Xiaoyu, you can use spirit grasses to exchange for 3 types of refined pills. Lu Ping pondered for a moment. With his cultivation method, if he didn't want his cultivation to fall behind cultivators of the same level, then he needed to find a way to increase his cultivation. However, if a cultivator took too many of the same type of pill, then the body would develop a resistance which would greatly weaken the effect of the pill. Therefore, during the process of cultivation, cultivators would have to constantly change the types of pills they took. With Lu Ping's current status as an alchemy grandmaster, even if spirit herbs were scarce in the cultivation world, it wouldn't affect him too much. However, Lu Ping's cultivation method, due to the strong foundation and the influence of the Shenyuan heavy water, was bound to greatly slow down Lu Ping's cultivation speed. Thus, Lu Ping had to take far more pills than cultivators of the same level in order to increase his cultivation. At this time, Lu Ping needed to constantly collect a variety of pill recipes that were suitable for his cultivation stage. This was to prevent Lu Ping from not having a suitable pill to take before he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Lu Ping picked out 4 pill recipes for mid-core forging stage pills from his storage ring. After Lu Ping became an alchemy grandmaster, especially after Lu Ping was able to refine late-core forging stage pills, Jinling had already opened up all the pill recipes in the sex collection to Lu Ping. Jinling had tens of thousands of years of inheritance, so the pills for the core forging stage could be considered all-inclusive. However, Lu Ping naturally had to set his sights high. For his own cultivation, he first had to choose a pill that was suitable for water attribute cultivation methods. Secondly, he had to see if it had an effect on cultivators of the Flood Dragon bloodline. As a result, there weren't many pills that could catch Lu Ping's eye. This Liao family was worthy of being an alchemy family with thousands of years of inheritance. Lu Ping, who had seen Jinling's heritage, was actually able to see 7 pill recipes that Jinling didn't have. This already made Lu Ping sigh in admiration. The 7 pill recipes that caught his eye were naturally very suitable for his cultivation method, But it was a pity that 3 of them were Liao family's secret techniques that were not passed on to others. Liao Ruinjia carefully looked at the 4 pill recipes that Lu Ping handed over. His face showed a hint of joy as he said, "Lu Xiaoyou's vision is admirable. The value of these 4 pill recipes is indeed comparable to the 4 pill recipes that the old man has. Unfortunately, 2 of these pill recipes are already in my Liao family's possession, but the remaining 2 are something that my Liao family doesn't have. I just don't know which 2 pill recipes Lu Xiaoyu is interested in." The pill recipes that Lu Ping was able to take out were also approved by Fornax Laozu in advance. Otherwise, with Jinling's heritage, Lu Ping didn't believe that the pill recipes that Jinling was unwilling to take out wouldn't be able to exchange for the remaining 2 pill recipes. The key was that these pill recipes were the same as the 3 pill recipes that Liao Ruinjia refused to exchange with Lu Ping. They were also secrets of Jinling. Then let's have the stabilizing spirit pill and the accumulating spirit pill. Lu Ping and Liao Ruinjia exchanged the 2 pill recipes. Lu Ping also exchanged 150,000-year-old spirit grasses for the stabilizing wave pill, the falling spirit pill, and the non-perceiving pill. Lu Ping originally wanted to exchange for 3 bottles of each, but Liao Ruinjia smiled and refused because he didn't have enough spirit pills on him. Naturally, Lu Ping knew this was just an excuse. Liao Ruinjia definitely had more of these 3 types of medicinal pellets, but he couldn't possibly have too many of them. There were more than 20 alchemists from the various sects, so it was impossible for Liao Ruinjia to let Lu Ping buy all of his medicinal pellets. Lu Ping regretfully shook his head, once again took the jade slip in Liao Ruinjia's hand and began to look at it. This time Lu Ping saw a rather strange pill at the end of the jade slip. Bone forging pill? This was quite a novel pill. Could it be? Lu Ping's heart was filled with joy, carefully looking at the contents of the bone forging pill. After a while, he asked Liao Ruinjia with a slightly surprised expression, "Senior Liao, your family really deserves to be called a family with 1,000 years of inheritance. You even have this kind of pill that can strengthen the body?" Just like the golden body pill that Lu Ping had obtained in the blood condensation realm, this bone forging pill was a pill that could strengthen the body of a cultivator. Moreover, from the medicinal effect, the bone forging pill seemed to be much more effective than the golden body pill. However, the bone forging pill had a limit. Only the first 3 pills could be used, while the golden body pill could be used continuously to strengthen the body. When Liao Ruinjia saw that Lu Ping had noticed the bone forging pill, he couldn't help but smile. This bone forging pill is indeed a kind of miraculous pill. Many Fa Xiang Laozu are willing to exchange for this kind of pill from my Liao family. I didn't expect that Lu Xiaoyu would also be interested in this kind of pill. Lu Ping was puzzled. This kind of pill that can strengthen the body is said to be very useful for Fa Xiang Laozu's cultivation. It is reasonable to say that this kind of pill should be extremely precious. Why would your family put this kind of pill in the list of things that can be exchanged for? Liao Ruinjia seemed to have already known that Lu Ping would ask such a question, so he replied with a smile, because the main ingredient needed to refine this kind of pill is a kind of spirit demon fruit that has matured for more than 1,000 years. Spirit demon fruit? Lu Ping had a puzzled look on his face, but in his heart, there was a burst of excitement. He thought that Lu Ping did not know much about spirit demons, so he continued, "The so-called spirit demon fruit is actually a kind of demon race. However, spirit demons are a kind of demon race that can only become demon race after grass, wood, bamboo or stone has gained spiritual intelligence and comprehended the cultivation method. These spirit demons have too many innate limitations. Before they reach the golden core stage, they cannot even move their bodies and can die at any time. Moreover, the 7th patriarch did not leave behind many cultivation methods for spirit demons. So even if these spirit demons reach the golden core stage, they are often weak." Seeing that Lu Ping was listening attentively, Liao Ruinjia could not help but nod and continue. However, in the eyes of other cultivators, this spirit demon is often full of treasures. There are generally 2 ways for spirit demons to awaken their spiritual intelligence. One is to instinctively absorb spirit chi for thousands of years to open their spiritual intelligence, and the other is to coincidentally be born with some heavenly treasures and be influenced to open their spiritual intelligence. The former, after a long period of nourishment with spirit chi, even a stubborn stone can become a top-grade spirit stone. Not to mention the latter. Most of the things that can affect the spirit demon's spiritual intelligence are heavenly treasures. And some grass spirit demons will often bear fruit. These fruits, as the condensation of the essence of spirit medicine, are naturally heavenly treasures. The bone-forging pill uses this kind of fruit that has matured for more than 1,000 years as the main ingredient. The more mature the fruit, the more obvious the strengthening effect of the refined bone-forging pill on the body. After listening to Liao Ruanjia's introduction, Lu Ping looked a little hesitant and asked, "Senior Liao, where can I get this spirit demon fruit? This junior would also like to exchange for this pill recipe, is that possible?" Liao Ruanjia's expression showed that he had expected this and said, "Let me first let you know that the chances of a spirit demon appearing in this world are extremely low. In some of the most inaccessible places, there may be 1 or 2 spirit demons appearing. At least in the North Sea, there has not been a spirit demon appearing for thousands of years. However, in the inheritance grounds of some of the famous sects in the Middle Earth, it is not impossible for 1 or 2 spirit demons to exist." The Middle Earth? Senior Liao has some understanding of the Middle Earth. Can you tell this junior about the situation in the Middle Earth? This junior has been looking forward to the Middle Earth for a long time. When Lu Ping saw that Liao Ruanjia's expression revealed a trace of nostalgia when he mentioned the Middle Earth, he was greatly curious and purposely asked Liao Ruanjia with an expression of yearning and amazement. Unexpectedly, Liao Ruanjia laughed and said, "This is only a wild guess of the old man. After all, it is said that some of the famous sects in the Middle Earth have a long history of inheritance. Some of them can even be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago when the 7th patriarch split the heavens. That is why this guess was made. It is not accurate." Seeing that Liao Ruanjia was unwilling to say more, Lu Ping also suppressed the doubts in his heart and said, "What a pity." However, this junior still wants to exchange for this bone-forging pill recipe. Perhaps this junior will have the opportunity to meet a spirit demon fruit in the future. Liao Ruanjia laughed and said, "That is indeed true. Lu Xiaoyu has cultivated for less than 100 years. Based on your current cultivation, a mid-core forging realm cultivator has a lifespan of 600 years. You have 500 years to travel around the world. Old people like us can't compare in any way. Not to mention, your cultivation will not stop here. In this way, it is very likely that you will be able to obtain a spirit demon fruit in the future." Lu Ping ignored these compliments, but this pill recipe was really not cheap. Lu Ping used 300,000-year-old spirit grass and 33,000-year-old spirit grass before Liao Ruanjia was satisfied and handed the bone-forging pill recipe to the pained Lu Ping. At this time, Lu Ping was already shouting in his heart that he had made a profit. What Liao Ruanjia didn't know was that Lu Ping ate one of the 18 spirit demon peaches in the Golden House. He had eaten one, given 3 to his master, and Chu Xuanqing had eaten one. Now he still had 13 in his hands. These were genuine spirit demon fruits. Chapter 421. Under the careful care of Luan Yu, 1 or 2 golden resilience pills in Lu Ping's golden house matured every 3 years. Lu Ping used all of them to refine golden resilience pills for himself. Lu Ping could feel that even without the support of spiritual core, his body could compete with a low-level magic tool. However, as Lu Ping's cultivation base advanced to the core forging realm, the golden resilience pellet's strengthening effect was still there, but it wasn't as obvious anymore. The appearance of the bone-forging pellet made Lu Ping's eyes light up. Unfortunately, each cultivator could only consume 3 bone-forging pellets. Furthermore, the bone-forging pellet was very different from other medicinal pellets. The bone-forging pellet could only be refined once per cauldron. Success was success, failure was failure. However, this also made Lu Ping's eyes light up. This method was suitable for spirit water nourishing pills. Spirit water nourishing pills could only be refined once per furnace. Regardless of whether it was a blood refining stage pill or a transcendent stage pill, a furnace of spirit herbs could only guarantee 1 pill. However, this way the success rate of refining had increased a lot. In the end, spirit water nourishing pills were suitable for precious pills with low success rates. This was the best way to refine the bone forging pill. In fact, Lu Ping had a natural treasure that could strengthen the body. It was even more effective than the bone forging pill. It was the rank 9 white jade lotus root that he found in the 100 Flowers land in the Fallen Mystery Land. This lotus root had 9 segments, and each segment was a top-grade treasure for refining the body. Unfortunately, the level of the lotus root was too high. At the moment, Lu Ping was not confident that he could refine it into a body-strengthening pill. Lu Ping put away the pill recipes. He knew that after the various sects exchanged information, it was time for the main event of this gathering. It was time for the alchemy masters and grandmasters to show their true strength. These things were not considered as their trump cards. However, this did not prevent Lu Ping from asking some questions. Senior Liao, does your family have life essence pills that are more than 5 years old? I, Zhenling, am willing to pay a high price for them, and will keep this a secret for your family. Liao Ruanjia was a little stunned as he looked at Lu Ping's serious expression. After a moment, he said with a smile, "Little friend Lu, you're looking for the essence longevity elixir for your esteemed sect's old ancestor Tian Kong, right?" Huh. Lu Ping's heart tightened as he thought to himself that even the Liao clan knew about junior uncle Tian Kang's group. But then he felt relieved. Perhaps Zhenling's sect didn't hide forefather Tian Kang's matter from the North Sea cultivators. Sure enough, Liao Ruanjia looked at Lu Ping, who suddenly became vigilant, and said with a smile, "Little friend, I'm afraid you don't know this, but your sect has already exchanged for a 3-year life essence pill from my Liao family. For the sake of Tiankong Laozu, your sect has been searching for life essence pills and pill recipes in the entire North Sea for decades. This is no secret in the North Sea. Now your sect's Tianlu Laozu probably has the largest collection of life essence pill recipes in the North Sea. In the past, my Liao family also had a 3-year life essence pill, but Tianlu Laozu personally came to exchange for it with some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Now, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find another life essence pill in the North Sea that Zhenling doesn't have." Lu Ping saw that Liao Ruanjia was so familiar with this matter, so he was obviously not lying. Originally, Lu Ping just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the Liao family really did have life essence pills. Unfortunately, Zhenling had already exchanged for it. Although Lu Ping felt a bit regretful, his interest in the Liao family grew a bit more. Life essence pills were not something ordinary families could have. In the cultivation world of the North Sea, a 3-year life essence pill was considered a rare treasure. At the very least, only the great clans like the 10 great sects could have it. Although the Liao family itself was an alchemy family, it could still have a life essence pill as an inheritance. This showed that this family was quite extraordinary. In addition, Liao Ruanjia's words revealed a sense of familiarity with the Central Plains. This made Lu Ping even more interested in the Liao family. Does Senior Liao know of any other family in the East Sea that has this life essence pill? Lu Ping asked with a frown. From Liao Ruanjia's words, Lu Ping could tell that Zhenling had been collecting life essence pill recipes for a long time. Moreover, Zhenling had probably collected almost all the life essence pill recipes in the North Sea. Sure enough, Liao Ruanjia signaled Lu Ping with his eyes and said with a wry smile, "I'm afraid only this family still has life essence pill recipes that you, Zhenling, haven't collected yet." Lu Ping turned around and saw Tianlu Laozu walking toward Xianling sect's Dao Li Laozu. The two Laozus seemed to be discussing something. Not long after, Tianlu Laozu angrily left in a hurry. Dao Li Laozu looked at Tianlu Laozu's back with a cold smile on his face. Liao Ruanjia pondered for a moment and briefly explained to Lu Ping, "The matter of your sect's Tiankong Laozu seems to be related to the grudge between your sect and Xianling sect. Xianling sect absolutely does not want Tiankong Laozu to live for a few more years." Of course, Lu Ping knew about this, but he still said, "Thank you for your advice, Senior Liao." Liao Ruanjia smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, the old man also came with a request." Lu Ping felt a little strange, but he still replied cautiously, "Senior is too polite. If Senior has any request, as long as it is within Junior's ability, I will do my best." Liao Ruanjia sternly said, "This old man has also heard about your esteemed sect's Daoist Xian senator before today. There were many alchemists in the Northern Seas alchemy world who scoffed at the spirit water pill nurturing technique. However, my Liao clan knows that this alchemy technique truly exists. Today, I wish to exchange for a spirit water vein nurturing pill that can cure Daoist Xian Senior." "Oh." Lu Ping disapprovingly took out a small jade crystal box from his storage ring. Ever since Lu Ping used the Spirit Water Meridian incubating pill to save spiritual master Xian San from the brink of collapse, Jinling had attached great importance to it. Fornax Laozu directly threw a bag of spiritual herbs to Lu Ping and asked him to refine 10 pills first. What kind of person was Lu Ping? Naturally, he wouldn't hand over as many pills as he could refine. Therefore, other than the 10 pills he gave to Fornax Laozu, Lu Ping kept 3 for himself. Fornax Laozu didn't even ask. Liao Ruanjia looked at the jade crystal box in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping used a see-through technique, and Liao Ruanjia could see the Spirit Water Meridian incubating pill through the surface of the jade crystal box. A trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. However, when he saw the disapproving expression on Lu Ping's face, he hesitated for a moment and said to Lu Ping, "Little friend, I'm afraid you still don't know the value of the Spirit Water Meridian incubating pill, right?" Lu Ping was startled. "What do you mean, senior?" After your esteemed sex Taoist Master Xian San, in recent years, several core forging enlightened masters from various sects in the North Sea were ambushed by the demon clan. Although a few of them were lucky enough to escape, they also lost all of their blood vessels and lost all of their cultivation. 3 of them died when their cultivation collapsed and their lifespans ran out. 4 of them barely managed to stay alive, but they were struggling at death's door and didn't have many days left. The demon clan's strange divine ability has already caused fear in the hearts of cultivators from various sections. After all, it's normal to have casualties when fighting against demon clan cultivators. But now, once they are injured, their cultivation will be destroyed. How can this not make the cultivators of the various sects feel restrained? Hearing Liao Ruanjia's words, Lu Ping was puzzled. If that's the case, our sect's uncle Master Xian Sen's cultivation should have been restored long ago. The sects should have already known about it. Why do so many people seem to not agree with the spiritual water pill incubating technique at the beginning? Some of them don't even know about it. Liao Ruanjia smiled helplessly. Taoist Master Xian San was the only late-stage core forging cultivator who survived the series of ambushes from the demon clan. Most of the North Sea's alchemists thought that it was because Taoist Master Xian Sen's late-stage alchemy cultivation was so high that he didn't suffer any injuries. It wasn't because of the miraculous effect of the spiritual water pill incubating technique. Lu Ping was enlightened, so that's how it is. But Senior Liao, how much do you think this pill is worth? This thing is a treasure. A voice interrupted. Lu Ping looked at the speaker in surprise. It was a middle-aged cultivator with an imposing appearance. Brother AI, why did you also take a fancy to the spiritual water pill incubating technique? Liao Ruanjia couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged cultivator nodded at Liao Ruanjia and smiled at Lu Ping. Lu Xiaoyu, I'm AI Zhong. AI Buotao is my nephew. Lu Ping thought of AI Buotao's cross-dressing girl, but the middle-aged cultivator didn't mention it. Lu Ping hurriedly cupped his hands. So it's Senior AI. How is Brother AI Buotao? AI Zhong smiled bitterly. AI Zhong smiled wryly and said, "He's not doing too well. In recent years, little friend Lu and the others have made remarkable achievements in the North Sea. That nephew of mine is also someone who refuses to admit defeat. A few days ago, he also went to fight the demon race with his life, but he almost lost his life. He was hit by the strange magic of the demon race that Brother Liao mentioned." Lu Ping was startled. How is Brother AI now? AI Zhong smiled bitterly. Fortunately, this kid is still young and doesn't have to worry about his lifespan running out. However, his cultivation is almost crippled and he has no spirit. His life is no different from being dead. Originally, I was skeptical about the spiritual water pill incubating technique. This time I came to the gathering to ask Fornax Laozu for help, but I didn't expect to run into Lu Xiaoyu. It seems that the spiritual water pill incubating technique came from Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu can't just watch him die. Lu Ping couldn't care less about the joke in Spiritual Master AI Zhong's last sentence. Lu Ping had worked with the AI siblings several times and had a good relationship. In addition, the AI family was also a major force in the North Sea with Fa Xiang Laozu overseeing it. Making friends with such a powerful force was certainly something the seniors of the sect would like to see. Lu Ping quickly took out another box from his interspatial ring and said, "This water spirit meridian nourishing pellet isn't easy to concoct, so I don't have many with me. Senior AI, please take this one. Saving brother AI is more important. AI Zhong's expression relaxed when he saw Lu Ping handing him the crystal box. His previous helpless expression was gone. Lu Xiaoyu is indeed impatient. However, with little friend's help, there's no need to be anxious. That kid has always been proud and arrogant. This can be considered a lesson for him to learn that there's always someone better out there. Since he won't die for the time being, it's better to let him live for a few more days to learn. Chapter 422. From Liao Ruanjia, Lu Ping had obtained enough spiritual herbs to concoct 3 batches of meridian nourishing pills, and from AI Zhong, he obtained 18 high-grade spiritual stones. For a pill that could restore a core forging realm cultivator's cultivation, it was equivalent to giving it away for free. Liao Ruanjia and AI Zhong were not fools. In the alchemy world, there was no reason for them to take the initiative to express their goodwill to Lu Ping. However, both of them had their own plans and Lu Ping naturally had his own plans. Jinling's rise was already a foregone conclusion. At this time they needed the support of allies. Lu Ping bid farewell to the two and walked to the other side. Only then did he notice Fornax Laozu nodding at him with appreciation. His originally gloomy expression also became much better. Obviously, he had seen the transaction between Lu Ping and the Liao and AI clan. After Lu Ping left, AI Zhong, who had obtained the meridian nourishing pills, was in a good mood. He turned to Liao Ruanjia and said, "Brother Liao, what good stuff do you have? Let me have a look." The Liao clan's alchemy skills are passed down from generation to generation. My AI clan cannot be compared to them. Liao Ruanjia smiled faintly and said, "Brother AI must be joking." Having said that, he handed over the jade slip that he had given to Lu Ping previously. However, when he took out the jade slip, his finger pressed on it without anyone noticing. The bone-forging pill recorded at the end of the jade slip was erased. This kind of private exchange between various alchemy masters was carried out quite quickly. In just half a day's time it was completed. Lu Ping followed Fornax Laozu into the Snow Mist Palace. Along the way, Fornax Laozu's expression was solemn, and he did not speak a word. Lu Ping also did not speak, only following behind them. Inside the Snow Mist Palace, Lu Ping followed Fornax Laozu into the palace. Tianshui Laozu noticed that Lu Ping did not have a fierce expression like before. Instead, he looked at Fornax Laozu and asked, "How was it? What did Xianling sect's Dao Li say?" Fornax Laozu shook his head and said, "Dao Li is considered to have a good temper in Xianling sect. However, when it comes to longevity pills, he immediately turned hostile with me. There's no room for discussion." This time Tianshui Laozu surprisingly did not get angry. Instead, she nodded her head and said, "This is also within my expectations. After all, that year's matter was too big. Xianling sect directly lost a Laozu, causing the two sects to be in a stalemate. Now our sect has produced 2 Laozu, while Xianling sect only has 1 Laozu. Furthermore, he was continuously defeated by those 2 enemies. Now, if the 2 sects were to have a life and death battle, I'm afraid that Xianling sect might not be our sect's opponent. Right now they can't wait for junior brother Tiankong to die as soon as possible, so as to reduce our sect's strength. Perhaps it was because Lu Ping had helped Jinling gain face in the North Sea Palace this morning, and even ruthlessly ridiculed Wei Shiren, the new alchemist grandmaster. Thus Tianshui Laozu's impression of Lu Ping had improved a lot. When she reminded Zhang Tianlin and Lu Tianling again, she no longer called Lu Ping crazy lass and bastard brat. So what? Don't forget that time when our sect and Xianling sect had just taken back the Sunrise Island's medium-sized spiritual mine from the demon race. It had fallen into Xianling sect's hands. Although we had defeated Xianling sect, it could still be considered as an alliance. Lu Ping's face was expressionless, but his ears were perked up. He did not miss a single word that the 2 Laozus had said. The fact that the 2 Laozus did not hide anything during their conversation was already a testament to Lu Ping's current status. However, this did not mean that Lu Ping could ask about some of the sect's secrets. These things could only be collected by Lu Ping bit by bit, accumulated, organized and judged. The 2 Laozus would not answer some questions for you. as they were afraid that your first impression would be the strongest and affect your judgment. When Tianlu Laozu heard Tianshui Laozu's words, a look of hatred appeared on his face as he said, "That's right. However, even if senior brother Tian Kong has unfortunately fallen, Tian Lin and the other two are not to be trifled with. When they were in the late core forging stage, they were able to kill Dao Kong together, and now they are able to fight against Dao Yan, who is in the mid-Dharma stage. In the end, it still ended in a draw. It's a pity that senior brother Tian Kong is only one step away from the mid-Dharma stage. As long as he crosses this threshold, his lifespan will increase by 200 years, and our sect will definitely be able to suppress Xianling's sect in all aspects. However, it just so happened that before he could advance to the mid-Dharma stage, his lifespan was about to run out." Tianshui Laozu shook her head and said, "Junior brother Tianlu, you have not advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, so you don't know the difference between the early and mid-Dharma stage. Don't think that those two little enemies might be able to go further than me, or even senior brother Tianxiang in the future. However, how many years has it been since they advanced to the Dharma stage? Even if they join forces, they might not be able to defeat Dao Yan. At most, they would be like Tian Fan and I in the past, desperately trying to protect ourselves from that old man Dao Shang's attacks. Back then, junior brother Tian Kong was only a few years behind Dao Yan, so he was one step slower in advancing to the mid-Dharma stage. If junior brother Tian Kong was also a mid-Dharma stage adept at that time, how would Dao Yan be able to force him to the point where he had to use his life force?" The two Laozus sighed helplessly. They were both a little worried. Lu Ping opened his mouth and was about to say something, but unexpectedly, Tianlu Laozu saw his expression and asked, "What did you talk about with the two rascals from the Liao and Ai families today?" Liao Ruanjia and Ai Zhong were both adepts who had been cultivating for 300 to 400 years. In the North Sea, they were famous alchemy masters. However, in the eyes of Tianlu Laozu, they were all juniors. After all, once a practitioner advanced to the early Dharma stage, they would have a lifespan of at least 8 to 1,000 years. With Tianlu Laozu's years of cultivation and status, it was obvious that he was treating the two of them differently when he acted like an elder. Lu Ping did not hesitate and told them the details of the deal he had with the two of them. When Tianlu Laozu heard about the bone-forging pill, he seemed to be deep in thought. He said, "From the refining style of this pill, it really has the style of Middle Earth. Could it be that the Liao family really has some connection with Middle Earth?" Tianshui Laozu's mouth twitched. How could there be a lack of adepts or clans from Middle Earth who fled overseas to avoid calamity? What's there to fuss about? Back then, didn't the founder of our sect, Laozu, also come from Middle Earth? However, you really dare to accept any kind of benefit. At that girl Tianling's Dharma idol gathering, you gave 3,000-year-old spirit monster peaches as a birthday gift in front of everyone, and that Liao Ruanjia immediately gave you a bone-forging dance pill recipe. He really doesn't hide his good intentions. Tianlu Laozu pondered and said, "Perhaps this is the Liao family's brilliance." Without Dharma idol Laozu overseeing, the Liao family still managed to survive for over 1,000 years in the Northern Sea. Naturally, the Liao family has its own outstanding points. Tianshui Laozu felt a little heartache. Pointing at Lu Ping's nose, he asked, "Brat, to think that your teacher is called Lu Tianling. You don't even know how to extort money. Do you know how much your spiritual water meridian nourishing pill is worth? Just 3 sets of spiritual herbs and 18 high-grade spiritual stones for 2 of your pills. In the future, when your cultivation rises, how would we old fellows dare to let you be the head of the Jinling family? Wouldn't you squander away all the inheritance that has been passed down for over 10,000 years?" When Tianshui Laozu saw Lu Ping's silly smile, she showed a distressed expression as she started to calculate for him. This spiritual water meridian nourishing pill technique, in the entire Northern Sea, only you know how to do it, right? You're the only one who knows how to cure the demon race's injuries that can break a cultivator's meridians, right? Furthermore, in this period of time, the demon race frequently injured cultivators. Among the demon race cultivators, there are quite a number of them who have grasped this strange divine ability, right? What does a core forging cultivator's cultivation mean to a sect or a family? Is it something that can be exchanged for with 18 high-grade spiritual stones? Lu Ping asked carefully. Then how many items do you want to exchange for it? Tianshui Laozu didn't answer Lu Ping's question. Instead, she looked at Tianlu Laozu and asked, "Junior brother Tianlu, tomorrow is the time for the treasure exchange, right? Why don't you release 1 or 2 spiritual water meridian nourishing pills? The starting price for each pill is at least 1 natural oddity." Lu Ping's silly smile froze. This Laozu was truly valiant. The moment he opened his mouth, 1 natural oddity, and that was just the starting price. Frankly speaking, the cost of concocting the spiritual water meridian nourishing pill wasn't much different from an ordinary late-stage core forging pill. It was just that using spiritual water to concoct the pill was too unimaginable. Furthermore, the effect of the pill was so effective that it gave Tianxue Laozu the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price. Lu Ping saw that even Tianlu Laozu's mouth twitched when he heard Tianxue Laozu's price. However, after thinking about it, he nodded his head without any hesitation. This caused Lu Ping to feel heartache for the 2 spiritual water meridian nourishing pills that he had to exchange today. In fact, what Tianxue Laozu said wasn't wrong at all. If they really met a late-stage core forging cultivator like Dao Xian-san, it would be worth it for a sect to exchange a spiritual water meridian nourishing pill for a spiritual water meridian nourishing pill. However, if it really reached that stage, Jinling sect would definitely be suppressed by the cultivators of the Northern Sea. In the end, Tianlu Laozu still spoke a few good words for Lu Ping. No matter what, the 2 sects took the initiative to express their goodwill, and little brat Lu Ping did them a favor. This is ultimately a good thing for our sect. After all, the Liao clan has over 1,000 years of alchemy heritage. They are not to be trifled with. They have some connections in the Northern Sea. As for the AI clan, they have Fa Xiang Laozu as their leader. They have long been the target of our sect's recruitment. Giving them 2 spiritual water meridian nourishing pills is worth it. Tianxue Laozu glanced at Lu Ping, no longer harping on this matter. Instead, she turned around and said something that shocked Lu Ping. The 5 major sects of the Eastern Sea have sent people over. A group of 10 people has arrived at Xianling sect. Tianlu Laozu's originally gloomy expression became even more unsightly. With a muffled voice, he said, "The Demon's Alliance is already a foregone conclusion. Even the people of the Eastern Sea can't sit still? Xianling sect is still the number 1 sect in the Northern Sea." Tianxue Laozu's expression turned serious, which was rarely seen. It's because of Dao Sheng. Because of his late-stage Dharma cultivation, in the eyes of the sects of the Eastern Sea, a sect without a grand cultivator to guard it is ultimately a second-rate sect. Senior brother Tianxiang, Tianxue Laozu's expression was a little uneasy as she said, "It should be soon." Chapter 423. Lu Ping and Fornax Laozu were sitting cross-legged in the North Sea Palace. An alchemy grandmaster was holding something in his hand and introducing it to the master of the palace. Lu Ping, on the other hand, was watching with great interest, while Fornax Cauldron Patriarch was disdainful. Clearly, he didn't like the things displayed by the cultivators on the stage. The cultivator on the stage held a piece of high-grade mysterious gray iron in his hand. However, this mysterious gray iron was not an ordinary high-grade spiritual material. This was because mysterious gray iron was a spiritual material that was commonly used to refine high-grade pill furnaces. Therefore, it was reasonable for the mysterious gray iron to appear in the alchemist assembly. In the end, this piece of dark gray iron was traded for by a newly promoted alchemy grandmaster like Lu Ping. Seeing the surprised expression on the newly promoted alchemy grandmaster's face, it was obvious that this grandmaster didn't have a high-grade pill furnace in his possession. Next, several alchemy grandmasters took turns to show off their treasures. At the same time, they stated their intentions for the exchange. There were many kinds of treasures. Some were for pill furnaces, some for rare spirit herbs, and some for 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. As for all kinds of rare and strange fire seeds, pill furnaces, pill recipes, fire control techniques, alchemy inheritances, and so on, they gave Lu Ping a lot of insight. Just as Lu Ping was thinking about what he should show off and trade for, a cultivator who looked to be in his 50s or 60s walked up slowly and took out a black block of earth the size of a wash basin from his storage magic tool. The old cultivator said, "This is a high-grade dark-level spirit stone. I hope to trade it for a pill that can help you break through to the Dharma phase." Finally, a heaven and earth spirit treasure appeared. Moreover, it was an earth attribute heaven and earth spirit treasure that was rarely seen in the Endless Sea Islands. Moreover, it was a high-grade profound ranked heaven and earth spirit treasure. For cultivators who needed to break through to the mid-core forging realm, this was a very suitable heaven and earth spirit treasure. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. Only now did he realize that this old cultivator was actually a peak core forging stage cultivator. From the pill that he wanted to trade for, this person's golden core was at least a 6th grade. Although the alchemists present couldn't use a high-grade dark-level spirit stone, everyone had a younger generation behind them. Therefore, it attracted the attention of many alchemists present. Some of them couldn't help but move their lips, as if trying to communicate with the old cultivator on the stage. The old cultivator also listened carefully, but in the end, he regretfully refused. His face was full of regret. At this moment, Lu Ping's expression changed. He secretly patted his chest and imperceptibly. Then, like the other alchemists beside him, he carefully probed the dark jade stone in the old cultivator's hand with his divine sense. At the same time, his eyes flashed and a green light flashed across his face. Lu Ping turned to Fornax Laozu and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Master, does our sect have any pills that can help break through to the transcendent stage?" Fornax Laozu looked at Lu Ping in surprise. "You want this dark jade stone?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "Disciple has a demonic pet under me. Although it hasn't reached the core formation realm yet, earth attribute spirit items are extremely rare in the North Sea. Disciple wants to trade it for a rainy day." Fornax Laozu snorted. There are many early core forging stage cultivators in the North Sea who are stuck at a bottleneck because of spirit stones. You, on the other hand, even your pet needs to prepare for a rainy day. Hasn't your Luan caused you enough trouble? Lu Ping smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Fornax Laozu said, "Your Luan isn't simple. It has a lot to do with the Fire Luan race of the East Sea. Be careful, don't let others find you." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately realized something. Lu Qiner had been running around Tianling Mountain with Jiang Xianxian, so it would be strange if Zhenling's sect didn't investigate this core forging realm monster cultivator's background. In front of an avatar great ancestor with Lu Qiner's current strength, there was nothing she could hide. When he looked up, he saw that the old cultivator on the stage had a hint of joy on his face. He respectfully came before the ancestor of the Forsaken Cauldron ancestor. Under the surprised gazes of the other ancestors, he handed a piece of dark jade stone to the ancestor of the Forsaken Cauldron ancestor. The ancestor of the Forsaken Cauldron ancestor gave him a jade bottle and said, "Whether or not you succeed depends on your luck." The old cultivator thanked him profusely. Fornax Laozu waved his hand and the old man hurriedly retreated. Fornax Laozu handed the dark jade stone to Lu Ping. Only then did the other sect's Laozu withdraw their puzzled gazes. However, Fornax Laozu's voice rang out in Lu Ping's ears. "Little fellow, I've exchanged for the spirit water meridian nourishing pills. I've also prepared 10 furnaces of blood condensing pills for you. As for some other core forging medicinal pills, you have to refine them as soon as possible. Also, when you have time, go to the monastery to practice your sword and raise your juniors." Lu Ping bitterly smiled and nodded. There really was no way to get this spiritual item for free. Once he returned, he would be very busy. However, he didn't have time to think about that right now. It was time for Lu Ping to reveal his treasures. Lu Ping needed a lot of things, but the treasures he could take out to exchange were very few. The rest were mostly spiritual items. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't take them out in this kind of situation. After thinking about it, Lu Ping decided to keep a low profile. He had already attracted a lot of attention in this gathering, so there was no need for him to attract too much attention. Lu Ping took out 18 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. He wanted to exchange them for a wood attribute, fire attribute, or wind attribute natural treasure. If that didn't work, he could also exchange them for high-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, these 18 3,000-year-old spirit herbs attracted the attention of the North Sea Palace's alchemists. Someone was immediately willing to pay 18 high-grade spirit stones, but then someone else shouted out 36 high-grade spirit stones. Ever since the large spirit mine on Frost Island began to be excavated, The shortage of spirit stones in the North Sea Palace had been alleviated to a certain extent. High-grade spirit stones were also more abundant, which made these North Sea Palace alchemists feel very generous. Lu Ping didn't expect that his dozen 3,000-year-old spirit herbs would be so crazily fought over by everyone. However, he immediately understood that spirit herbs were items that could be used by everyone. They weren't like spiritual items which not only depended on grade but also attribute, which was really troublesome. Of course, the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs themselves were also good items that alchemists would crave for. In the end, these dozen 3,000-year-old spirit herbs were exchanged for by a Laozu of the Ocean Flame sect with a wind-like object and 18 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Ping was secretly delighted and excitedly returned to Fornax Laozu's side. However, he heard Fornax Laozu snort coldly and said, "If you need a natural treasure, you can use your 3,000-year-old spirit herbs to exchange with our sect. Why give it to an outsider?" Lu Ping shrugged and didn't say anything. After obtaining the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash, the existence of natural treasures became a bottomless pit for Lu Ping. Currently, Lu Ping could already nurture 4 kinds of Yin thunders of metal, water, earth, and ice from the Thunder Calabash. He had also collected 2 kinds of wood attribute mysterious items. Only the fire and wind attribute mysterious items were still the first kind, but now with this wind-like object, he wasn't too far away from the initial success of the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. At this time in the North Sea Palace, there were only a few Dharma Realm alchemists left who hadn't shown their treasures. This was also the climax of this alchemist's gathering. After all, the wealth of Fa Xiang Laozu was not something that others could compare to. In particular, the wealth of Fa Xiang Laozu was to a certain extent the wealth of their respective sections. Fornax Laozu's face was gloomy from the beginning. Seeing that only Fa Xiang Laozu hadn't shown his treasure, he was the first to step onto the stage. Fornax Laozu reached out and slapped a jade box on the stage. He coldly said, "One spirit water meridian nourishing Dan. I don't want to talk about its effects. I'm sure everyone has heard about Nephew Xian Senator. If you want to trade, bring a natural treasure, a longevity pill recipe, a top-grade spirit stone, or at least 53,000-year-old spirit herbs. 800,000-year-old spirit herbs are also fine. However, the spirit herbs must be rare and precious. Don't try to fool me with some supplementary spirit herbs." Fornax Laozu's exorbitant demand shocked Lu Ping. Who would be willing to pay such a high price for a spirit water meridian nourishing Dan? The value of the treasure that Fornax Laozu was asking for was at least 15 times the value of the Dan itself. However, to Lu Ping's surprise, the moment Fornax Laozu's words fell, the Linggu Sect's alchemy grandmaster took out a storage pouch and said that there were 800,000-year-old spirit herbs inside that he wanted to trade for this Dan. Meanwhile, Hai Yin Sect's Laozu directly took out a mid-grade mystic-ranked natural treasure. However, in the end, it was still exchanged by the Shui Yen Pavilion with 3 ordinary jade-like stones. Lu Ping knew that the 3 ordinary jade-like stones were top-grade spirit stones. He had won himself. Lu Ping suddenly felt that someone was staring at him. When he turned his head, he just happened to see Liao Ruanjia and Ai Zhong nodding at Lu Ping with gratitude. Lu Ping also smiled at the 2 of them, but his heart was bleeding. The 2 spirit water meridian nourishing Dan that he exchanged with them was practically free. Many other cultivators also looked at Lu Ping with doubtful gazes. They seemed to be wondering if this Dan was made by Lu Ping. After all, when the North Sea Palace opened yesterday, Lu Ping had revealed his ability to refine pills with spirit water. However, the majority of people still believed that this Dan was made by Fornax Laozu. Not to mention the fact that the Spirit Water Meridian Nourishing Dan was extremely difficult to refine. The Spirit Water Meridian Nourishing Dan itself was equivalent to a late-stage core forging pill. The cultivators in the North Sea Palace did not believe that Lu Ping's alchemy skills had reached such a level. Moreover, if it was Lu Ping who refined it, then the person who showed off the treasure should be Lu Ping. After that, Fornax Laozu did not leave the stage. Instead, he took out another jade box and said, "There is one more here. The conditions remain the same. Longevity pill recipe first." The cultivators in the North Sea Palace were stunned, but they did not say anything. Fornax Laozu showing off treasures in succession was against the rules, But the rules were set by the Laozu. No one would cause trouble for the Laozu over such a trivial matter. Moreover, the Spirit Water Meridian Nourishing Dan was the only pill that could restrain the strange magical abilities of the demon cultivators. In recent years, the sects in the North Sea had fought against the demon race, and many cultivators had been destroyed by this strange magical ability. The second Spirit Water Meridian Nourishing Dan was traded by a grandmaster from the Songhai sect with 2 kinds of mid-grade mystic class origin treasures. The Songhai sect's cultivator was at the 6th stage core forging realm, and was about to advance to the late stage core forging realm. Who would have thought that such a disaster would happen to him? Unexpectedly, after Fornax Laozu showed off 2 treasures in succession, he did not lose face. Instead, he sneered in the direction of the Xianling sect. Chapter 424. Dao Li, I heard that 2 days ago, your sect's late-stage core forging realm cultivator Wang Xufei was also crippled by the demonic cultivator's strange divine ability. There is also a 6th-stage core forging realm cultivator named Zhuoxuyun who is struggling at death's door. Don't tell me your sect doesn't want to exchange 1 or 2 meridian nourishing pills for these 2 disciples. Standing on the stage, Tianlu Laozu took out another jade box and slapped it on the table. He sneered at Dao Li Laozu, who looked a little hesitant. When the cultivators in the North Sea Palace saw Tianlu Laozu take out another meridian nourishing pill, many of them were overjoyed. However, when Tianlu Laozu turned to Dao Li Laozu, the cultivators in the North Sea Palace paled. The few cultivators who were eager to try the meridian nourishing pill immediately gave up. Dao Li Laozu looked troubled and said, Brother Tianlu, the old man has a high-grade mystic class origin treasure and a few top-grade spirit stones. If Brother Tianlu agrees, the old man will naturally agree. Tianlu Laozu sneered and said, Dao Li, you and I have known each other for a long time. You know very well what I need. If you take out the recipe for the 5 years longevity pill, I can even take out 3 of them, not to mention 1 meridian nourishing pill. As far as I know, your Xianling sect has an early-stage core forging realm cultivator who was injured by the demonic cultivator's strange divine ability. If our sects exchange, it will be a win-win situation. Wang Xufei also used a mid-grade Earth-class origin treasure to advance to the late-stage core forging realm. As long as his cultivation recovers, he may have a chance to advance to the 6th stage gold core. That Zhuoxuyun is Dao Yan's direct disciple. Think about it carefully. After Tianlu Laozu finished speaking, 2 identical jade boxes fell on the stone table. 3 meridian nourishing pills in total. This time the North Sea Palace was silent. Everyone looked at Dao Li Laozu, waiting for his decision. It was no secret in the North Sea that Jinling was collecting longevity pill recipes from all over the world. Other than Xianling sect and Jinling, all the major sects had profited from Jinling in the past. At the same time, they knew that Jinling's famous Tiankong Laozu was at the end of his rope. On the other hand, Xianling sect was obviously holding on to the longevity pill recipes. They would rather see the cultivation of their 3 core forging cultivators destroyed than give Jinling Laozu a chance to live for another 5 years. Otherwise, Tianlu Laozu wouldn't have used the opportunity to cause trouble for Xianling sect. Lu Ping couldn't help but sigh at the craftiness and ruthlessness of the older generation. Previously, the 2 Tianlu Laozu and Tianlu Laozu had met privately. After Tianlu Laozu was rejected, they immediately used this method to force Dao Li to abdicate. Now, it was up to Dao Li Laozu to react. If Dao Li Laozu's words and actions were inappropriate, even if Jinling couldn't get the longevity pills, Dao Li Laozu would lose his reputation in Xianling sect. Perhaps Xianling sect might even lose their morale because of this. What a vicious move. Lu Ping's face was solemn, as if he was fully supporting Tianlu Laozu's actions. At the same time, his eyes were staring fiercely at Xianling sect's side, as if he didn't mind shedding all pretense of cordiality. However, in his heart, he was calculating the chances of Tianlu Laozu's plan succeeding. Dao Li's reason was actually very simple. Xianling sect used 3 crippled core forging cultivators to exchange for Jinling's Laozu. No matter how he looked at it, it was a good deal. However, the monster race was closing in on them. A dying Dharma adept Laozu, not to mention 5 more years of life, Just 1 or 2 more years would be a great help to his sect and the North Sea's cultivation world. This was righteousness. On the other hand, Xianling's sect, in order to achieve its goal, turned its disciples into tools that could be sacrificed at any time. This made them feel bitterly disappointed. This was benevolence. However, in recent years, Xianling's sect had been continuously challenged by the rising Jinling. Now that they finally had a chance to weaken Jinling, how could Xianling's sect let it go? 8 Dharma adepts Laozu and 3 mid-Dharma adepts. How terrifying was this force in the North Sea? The Haiyan sect and the Shuoyan pavilion had always been ranked behind Jinling. Each sect only had 5 Dharma Laozu cultivators, and only 1 or 2 of them had reached the mid-Dharma stage. Just as Dao Li Laozu was thinking about something with a dark expression, Wei Shuren, who was next to Dao Li Laozu, suddenly smiled sinisterly and said, "Qianlu, don't even think about it. A longevity elixir is a treasure. Not to mention a 5-year longevity elixir. Back then, Master Daokong Laozu's death had something to do with you, Jinling. This time Daokong deserved to die. He only died after 50 to 60 years, and he got off lightly." Qianlu Laozu and Dao Li Laozu's expressions changed, and they shouted at the same time, "Shut up!" The 2 Dharma Laozu's power was so great that Wei Shuren's face turned pale under the pressure of the 2 Laozu's aura. His eyes were still sinister, but there was a hint of guilt in them. The other masters of alchemy and Laozu all had calm expressions on their faces. They were as still as wooden statues, but in private they had already exploded. Dao Kong's death in the past was Jinling's doing? So it wasn't some ancient ruin exploration. I knew it. How could an ancient ruin kill a Dharma Laozu? But how could Xianling's sect swallow this insult for 50 to 60 years? Dao Shang Laozu isn't someone to be trifled with. I get it. Do you still remember the fight over the spirit mine on Rising Sun Island between Jinling and Xianling's sect 50-something years ago? That's not right. At that time, Daokong Laozu didn't join the battle. That's right. Why didn't he join the battle? That was the final battle between the Dharma Laozu of the 2 sections. If he didn't go, it could only mean that he died. During the battle on Rising Sun Island, 11 Laozu fought in a chaotic battle. Not only was Dao Shang Laozu among them, there were also 5 Laozu in the middle stage of the Dharma realm. How did Rising Sun Island end up in Xianling's sect's hands without suffering too much damage after the battle? And then news of Daokong Laozu's death spread. That makes sense. Looks like both sects were very secretive about that battle in the past. There might be something fishy going on. Based on what that idiot Wei Shuren said, it seems like Jinling's Tiankong Laozu also lost his life in that battle. That's right, Tian Shui and Tian Fan blocked Dao Shang. Tian Xiang and Dao Quan have always been enemies. Tian Kong was the 4th strongest expert in Jinling's sect at that time, so the one who blocked Dao Yan must have been him. Dao Yan is a mid-Dharma adept, so he must have used a method to deplete his lifespan to block Dao Yan. That's why Jinling's sect has been trying so hard to find all kinds of longevity elixirs for the past 50 to 60 years. Dao Li Laozu wanted nothing more than to slap Wei Shuren, who was standing next to him, to death. This incompetent bastard. Initially, Dao Li's hesitation could still be interpreted as him weighing the lives of his 3 disciples. Even if he gave up in the end, it was because he had no choice but to do so. Wei Shuren's words, however, were clearly telling the North Sea that even if Xianling's sect had to sacrifice the lives of their disciples, they would not let Jinling Laozu live for another 5 years. The same thing, the same goal, but with a different cover. The meaning expressed was completely different. Seeing this, Tianlu Laozu could only calculate that Xianling's sect did not care about the lives of their disciples. Although he sighed inwardly because he did not get the longevity pill recipe, he did not want Xianling's sect to have an easy time. Thus, he said, "All right, old man understands your sect's intention." This was akin to nailing Xianling's sect's reputation of not caring about the lives of their disciples to the pillar of shame in the North Sea's cultivation world. Dao Li Laozu's expression changed. Suddenly, he said, "It is not impossible for your sect to exchange for our longevity pill recipe. What are your conditions? Speak." Tianlu Laozu stopped in his tracks and stared fixedly at Dao Li Laozu. Lu Ping's spirit was lifted, and he looked at Dao Li Laozu. Wei Shuren, who was standing beside Dao Li Laozu, looked anxious, as if he wanted to say something but no sound came out. Obviously, he was secretly restrained by someone, but no one knew if it was Dao Li Laozu or Tianlu Laozu. Wonder Dew. Our sect wants the Wonder Dew. Dao Li Laozu stared fixedly at Tianlu Laozu and uttered these few words. The North Sea Palace was in an uproar. Many cultivators looked at each other, trying to figure out what the Wonder Dew was. Lu Ping was also confused. When he looked up, he saw that the Dharma adepts of each sect were looking at Tianlu Laozu on the stage with surprised expressions. Obviously, these Laozu adepts knew what the Wonder Dew was. Lu Ping looked up at Tianlu Laozu and saw Tianlu Laozu shaking his head. Dao Li I Jinling do not have the Wonder Dew. The old man also knows where your guess came from. I thought you would ask for the spirit forging pill from our sect, but I didn't expect you to ask for this. Does this mean that your sect already has the recipe for the spirit forging pill, and is planning to refine it yourself? Tianlu Laozu's words were like a fuse that ignited a firecracker. No one knew about the Wonder Dew, but who didn't know about the famous spirit forging pill? The spirit forging pill was a pill that could increase the rank of a golden core. It could be consumed by a late core forging cultivator, but it was a true core forging pill. Years ago, when Lu Ping brought back 8 spirit forging pills from Feiling Island, the shock it brought to Guoxianshan and Lu Xianling was still vivid in Lu Ping's mind. Moreover, as his cultivation and experience increased, it became more and more unforgettable. Compared to the spirit forging pill, the pill that Tianlu Laozu used to exchange for the amulet stone, which was said to be able to help a cultivator reach the Dharma manifestation stage, was nothing compared to the spirit forging pill. Increasing the rank of a golden core not only meant that a cultivator's chances of advancing to the Dharma manifestation stage increased greatly, but more importantly, it meant that the cultivator would be able to go further in the Dharma manifestation stage in the future and become stronger. Lu Ping's heart sank and he immediately had a guess. Sure enough, Dao Li Laozu's deep laughter rang out. Spirit forging pill, even in the Feiling sect back then, there were only a few of them, and they were all carried by Laozu of the Feiling sect. Not to mention that you, Jinling, couldn't have collected all of them. Even if you did, how many could you have? And why did you only use it now? After Zhang Tianlin advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage, why was he able to defeat the 2 famous cultivators who were on the same level as him back then, the Golden Dragon Island Master and our martial nephew Feng? Why was Lu Tianling able to reach the Dharma manifestation stage in such a short period of time, and was able to defeat martial nephew Feng, whose strength was far above his? Then why was Guoxianshan, Chu Xuanqing, and Li Xianyin able to reach the golden core stage so quickly and almost at the same time, becoming peak core forging cultivators? Fornax Laozu didn't say anything, he just listened quietly. Dao Li Laozu continued, even if the spirit forging pill is occasionally circulated in the Feiling sect, there shouldn't be so many. Not to mention that the Feiling sect has been destroyed for more than 4,000 years. Even if the spirit forging pill is circulated, how can it not lose its medicinal properties? You must know that the higher the rank of the pill, the harder it is to preserve its medicinal properties. Dao Li Laozu saw that many cultivators of the North Sea Palace were listening to his deduction, and many cultivators secretly nodded in agreement with his judgment, so he said, this can only mean that you, Jinling, constantly have spirit forging pills, and the spirit forging pill was recently refined, so you, Jinling, must also have the recipe for the spirit forging pill. In this way, the Wonder Dew, the most important ingredient in refining the spirit forging pill, is naturally in your hands. Chapter 425. Dao Li Laozu's counterattack came so quickly. In just a moment, Tianlu Laozu's attempt to force Xianling's sect to abdicate had turned into Dao Li Laozu's questioning of Jinling. The spirit forging pill. That was a spirit forging pill that could raise the rank of a golden pill. And there was also the mysterious Wonder Jade Nectar that only the few alchemy grandmasters present, Transcendence Laozu, knew about. Lu Ping didn't know what the Wonder Jade Nectar was, but he was very familiar with the spirit forging pill. But now, Lu Ping at least knew that the Wonder Jade Nectar was the most important ingredient in refining the spirit forging pill. Although Dao Li Laozu's speculation made sense, Lu Ping was very clear about Jinling's spirit forging pill. 8 spirit forging pills were stored in a jade essence bottle. Lu Ping found it in the underground cave on Feiling Island. Jiang and Lu must have used the power of the spirit-forging pill to advance to the transcendent stage. Chu Xuanqing and the others might have done the same. However, if Jinling had already mastered the recipe and could refine the spirit-forging pill by himself, Lu Ping didn't believe it. Lu Ping was one of the 5 alchemy grandmasters of Jinling. Although he didn't usually go to the elixir pavilion, he was very clear about Jinling's alchemy skills. If the sect had really obtained the recipe for the spirit-forging pill, a grandmaster like Lu Ping would definitely know about it. At least that spiritual master Xianjing had obtained a spirit-forging pill from his master for research, but after researching for more than 20 years, he still didn't find anything. Tianlu Laozu waited for Dao Li Laozu to finish speaking before he slowly stood up and said, "Dao Li, do you know about the Wonder Jade Essence bottle?" Dao Li Laozu was startled when he heard Fornax Laozu's words. However, he did not reply. Fornax Laozu unhurriedly said, "The wondrous jade essence bottle itself is a spiritual level treasure. If you use it to store spirit forging pills, do you think a mere 4,000 years can make a few spirit forging pills lose their effectiveness?" Meanwhile, the Mistwater Pavilion's Fa Xiang Laozu said, "The myriad wonder chalcedony bottle is indeed capable of preserving the medicinal properties of a medicinal pill for thousands of years without losing, and using it to store a spirit-forging pill isn't considered to be a reckless waste of God's given gifts. But where did this myriad wonder chalcedony bottle come from?" Fornax Laozu took out a wondrous jade essence bottle. Lu Ping recognized that it was the wondrous jade essence bottle that Lu Ping had brought out from Feiling Island all those years ago. However, he didn't expect that this wondrous jade essence bottle was actually a spiritual level treasure. Lu Ping cursed in his heart. He felt that the reward given by the sect at that time was too little. But then he remembered that he was only a third-layer blood condensation realm minor repairs at that time. Even if a top-grade treasure was given to Lu Ping, he still needed to have the strength to receive it. Otherwise, a mid-grade mystic grade soul nourishing wouldn't have been enough for Lu Ping to hide it for so many years. Fornax Laozu casually threw the wondrous jade essence bottle to the Mistwater Pavilion's Fa Xiang Laozu, who had just spoken. This Laozu stretched out his hand to catch the wondrous jade essence bottle, and his eyes immediately lit up. He clicked his tongue and said, "It really is the myriad wonder chalcedony bottle. This item hasn't appeared in the North Sea for many years." As he spoke, this Laozu opened the lid of the wondrous jade essence bottle and sniffed it. Then he closed his eyes as if he was recalling something. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "Yes, there is indeed the aura of the spirit-forging pill in this bottle. I Laozu have seen some records about the spirit-forging pill in an ancient book. This wondrous jade essence bottle definitely once contained the spirit-forging pill." When this Laozu finished speaking, he handed the wondrous jade essence bottle to the next Laozu. The wondrous jade essence bottle passed through the hands of the other Laozu, then returned to Fornax Laozu. The dozen or so alchemy masters in the North Sea Palace stared at it eagerly, but they didn't have the qualifications to touch the most ideal treasure for alchemists to store precious pills. After Fornax Laozu put away the wondrous jade essence bottle, he laughed at himself and said, "I found the spirit-forging pill on Feiling Island, but I didn't find the recipe. As for the wonder dew, I Zhenling haven't been lucky enough to find it." The spirit-forging pill was the best pill in the Feiling sect back then. Even with all the power of the Feiling sect, they might not even have a few. Usually it is carried by the few Laozu in the sect, but this wondrous jade essence bottle can obviously contain no less than 5 pills. How is this possible? The one who spoke was Wei Shuren. It seemed that he had regained a lot of his rationality. Fornax Laozu glanced at him and said, "Who knows? Maybe this wondrous jade essence bottle belongs to Jiao Yuqiang." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. This was the third time Lu Ping had heard someone mention the name Jiao Yuqiang. That's impossible. Wei Shuren seemed to have grasped something, and his slightly crazed demeanor from before reappeared. He said, "Jiao Yuqiang was surrounded and killed by 2 Dharma adepts. How could he have left behind anything? Surrounded and killed?" Fornax Laozu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, "They surrounded him, but I don't know if they killed him or not." Wei Shuren was still angry and wanted to say something, but to his surprise Dao Laozu said, "That's right. One of our sect's Laozu participated in the siege of Jiao Yuqiang." Zhao Yuqiang did escape back to Feiling Mountain, but he had been seriously injured by the Laozu and was on the verge of death. There was no way he could have survived. Moreover, the island sealing formation on Feiling Island was activated at that time, and the entire island was on the verge of sinking, so we didn't look for his body. The wondrous jade bottle. Zhao Yuqiang once refined a few of these jade bottles. Fornax Laozu and Dao Laozu's guesses were full of loopholes, especially when Fornax Laozu mentioned the name Zhao Yuqiang. For some reason, the North Sea Palace's Laozu nodded in agreement. Although Dao Laozu's face was gloomy, he didn't say anything else. The North Sea Palace was silent for a moment. Then Sea Flame Sect's Laozu turned to Dao Laozu and said, "Brother Dao Li, does this mean that your sect really obtained the recipe for the spirit forging pill? Did you get it from Feiling Island?" Dao Laozu's face was solemn. He shook his head and said, "No, it was sent by the people of the East Sea. They found Zhongshuan Laozu's cave a few years ago. However, this pill recipe is not complete. It only records the spirit herbs needed for refining the pill and some other things to take note of. The specific refining method is not recorded." Lu Ping saw that the other Dharma manifestation stage masters were indifferent and didn't show any reaction to the arrival of the East Sea cultivators. Obviously, the Laozu present had already received the news, and Dao Laozu didn't deliberately hide it. "Brother Dao Li, do you think the people of the East Sea didn't get the pill recipe? Or did they deliberately give your sect an incomplete pill recipe with ulterior motives?" Dao Laozu shook his head and said, "The pill recipe can't be fake. They can't fool me." "Brother Dao Li, do you know the purpose of the people from the East Sea?" Blue Sea Sect's Laozu couldn't help but ask. Dao Laozu said, "The overseas demon clans have already formed an alliance. The East Sea cultivators naturally can't sit still. This time, they are here to help the overseas human cultivators to fight against the demon clans. The leader is a Dharma manifestation stage cultivator from the Crystal Palace. Following him are 5 late core forging stage and 5 mid-core forging stage cultivators from the 5 major sections. Our sect is only the first stop. Later on, these 11 people will visit the other sections." After the dispute between Tianlu Laozu and Dao Laozu, the following bright treasure trade fair became dull. The enlightened masters Laozu of the various sects seemed to have some ulterior motives and hurriedly exchanged a few treasures. This time the North Sea Pill Masters gathering came to an end. However, after the gathering ended, a few cultivators from the sects found Tianlu Laozu in private. Both sides had a secret discussion. Tianlu Laozu's gloomy expression finally relaxed after not being able to exchange for the longevity pill recipe. Without guessing, Lu Ping knew that these cultivators came for the Spirit Stone Meridian Nourishing Pill. Moreover, they were ruthlessly extorted by Tianlu Laozu. When Lu Ping followed Tianlu Laozu back to the Snow Mist Palace, the first thing he saw was Tianshui Laozu's gloomy expression. Obviously, Tianshui Laozu already knew everything that had happened in the North Sea Palace. Tianlu Laozu sighed and said, "All my efforts were in vain. I was almost tricked by that old brat Dao Li. I had no choice but to reveal the 1,000 Wonder Jade Essence bottle." Tianshui Laozu said coldly, "The various sects are not that stupid. It is said that the spiritual forging pill's recipe was not recorded down. Instead, it was passed down verbally by a few important figures of the Feiling sect. I believe that all the sects know about it." Tianlu Laozu nodded his head and said, "Senior sister, you mean to say that the incomplete recipe of the spiritual forging pill that was sent by the various sects in the Eastern Sea was passed down by Zhongshan Laozu?" Tianshui Laozu nodded her head and said, "Zhongshan Laozu fled to the Eastern Sea with the intention of restoring his sect. How could he not pay attention to a top-grade spiritual pill like the spiritual forging pill? However, he is after all a blacksmith and not a master alchemist. Thus, the recipe of the spiritual forging pill was not passed down to him. However, with his status, it is not difficult for him to know some of the spiritual herbs needed to refine the spiritual forging pill." However, Tianshui Laozu paused for a moment and her face turned cold again. "We cannot give up on the matter of collecting the recipe of the longevity pill. Xianling sect cannot be counted on. They would rather destroy the cultivation of their 3-core forging realm cultivators and exhaust their lifespan than to exchange the recipe with us. However, after this group of people from the Eastern Sea goes to Xianling sect, they might come to Jinling. At that time we will see if we can get any ideas from them, especially the cultivators from the Crystal Palace. The Eastern Sea Crystal Palace even has a 10-year longevity pill. Of course, we don't even need to think about it. As long as we can get a 5-year longevity pill recipe, it will be enough. Junior brother Tian Kang's days are getting shorter and shorter. Tianlu Laozu nodded his head. Tian Shui Laozu then looked at Lu Ping with a trace of admiration in his eyes. He said, "Brat, this time, although you did not manage to exchange for the longevity pill recipe, you did humiliate a Xianling sect alchemist at the entrance of the Northern Sea Palace. Even though Wei Shuren is a glutton, it is still a good thing. I Laozu am a man of my words. I will let you pick a treasure." After saying that, Tian Shui Laozu waved his hand and a door appeared in front of him. It was similar to the method Zhang Tianlin Laozu used to capture Lu Ping and bring him to the Xiaoyao Palace. "Grand Marshal Uncle," Lu Ping said with some embarrassment, "actually, this disciple also has the recipe for the 5-year longevity pill." Chapter 426. For some unknown reason, Tianlu Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu didn't have the expression of joy that Lu Ping had imagined. They just stared at Lu Ping with an ominous glint in their eyes. Clearly, they were suppressing their anger. Tianlu Laozu didn't say anything while Tian Shui Laozu frowned. In the end, he didn't say anything. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you coveting the treasures in Laozu's hands?" Lu Ping sighed inwardly. This time he really didn't say it at the right time. Others had racked their brains but failed to obtain it. Yet he didn't take it out. It was inevitable that others would criticize him. However, this item was obtained by him. Even if he didn't take it out, what could others say? Thus, he didn't mind and said, "Disciple has long wanted to say it, but I didn't have the chance yesterday. If it wasn't for teacher telling disciple about this matter, disciple wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find this pill formula." Lu Ping was very familiar with lying. When the two Laozu heard that it was Lu Tianling Laozu who specifically asked Lu Ping to find it, they looked at each other and saw a trace of gratification in each other's eyes. Thus, Tianlu Laozu said, "Bring the pill formula over to the old man to take a look." Lu Ping respectfully handed over a 5-year longevity pill formula to Tianlu Laozu. With a thought, Tianlu Laozu already checked the contents of the pill formula. After a moment, Tianlu Laozu put down the jade slip with the pill formula with a calm expression. Tian Shui Laozu, who was beside him, was somewhat impatient as she asked, "How is it? The pill formula can still be used?" Tianlu Laozu replied calmly, "Not bad. It's not the same as the previous pill formula. It can still be used." Tian Shui Laozu's face lit up with joy as she said, "Good, good." Although Tianlu Laozu was still as calm as before, Lu Ping could tell from Tianlu Laozu's grip on the jade slip that Tianlu Laozu's heart wasn't calm. Heavenly Snow Ancestor looked at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "Little sly fox, your cunning skills are indeed inherited from that little girl Lu Tianling. But you're still far from her level. Fine, I'll keep my word. Go ahead and choose your treasures, but don't think of taking too many. 3 is 3. Heavenly Snow Ancestor nodded and said, "All right, I'll keep my word." Finished speaking without waiting for Lu Ping to react. The black door in front of Lu Ping swallowed Lu Ping in a single gulp. After Lu Ping was taken away by Tian Shui Laozu, Tian Shui Laozu turned to Tianlu Laozu and said, "I didn't expect this kid to have so many treasures in his hands." The title of treasure boy in his early years didn't disgrace him at all. The Forsaken Cauldron Ancestor faintly said, "There is nothing special about this kid's growth. His achievements are his own hard work, and the treasures he possesses were also earned by himself. Even if we know that he has something we need, how could we open our mouths and ask for it? Since he can take it out himself, it shows that his feelings for the sect are very deep. The further a cultivator walks in the cultivation world, the colder their heart becomes. This is something that can't be helped. With this kid's character, if he can grow up smoothly in the future, no matter if he stands in front of the stage or behind the scenes, it will be 100 benefits and no harm to the sect." Tian Shui Laozu nodded and said, "Xian Feng also told me about some of this kid's matters in the Eastern Sea. I heard that in the parish secret territory, There's a faction that he runs that has entered the eyes of the Northern Alliance. In the past, because of Xuanqin's matter, Xianfeng didn't like Tianlin and Tianling very much. Who would have thought that he would place so much importance on this kid? This really surprised me. Tianlu Laozu smiled and said, I've also heard about this matter. It said that Tianxiang Laozu even met this kid because of this. I also heard that this kid learned the Bell Cauldron pill from Xuanqin's disciple, and was lucky enough to refine one. It can be said that he saved Xianfeng's life. Tianshui Laozu also said, that year, Xianfeng was depressed because of Xuanqin's matter. After being attacked by Tianfan, he finally pulled himself together. However, this kid brought back the spirit-forging pill from Feiling Island. Originally, Xianfeng was supposed to have one, but he rejected it. Previously, when Xianfeng went to the Eastern Sea, it was with this kid's help that he obtained a 5,000-year-old heavenly wind leaf. Originally, I was wondering if Xianfeng would be able to condense a 7th-grade golden core. Now that I think about it, his achievements should not be any lower than Xianchang and Xianshan. Tianlu Laozu smiled and said, a 5,000-year-old heavenly wind leaf is not that easy to refine. If it is successful, even if Xianfeng's strength cannot be compared to Feng Shutao's, he should still be above Xianshan and Xiancheng's. I've already ordered Xianjing to send the last spirit-forging pill over to him, strictly ordering him to refine the heavenly wind leaf as soon as possible after consuming it. Tianshui Laozu's eyes lit up and said, Junior brother, you've put in a lot of effort. However, isn't that spirit-forging pill left for martial nephew Xianjing to research on the spirit-forging pill's formula? Tianlu Laozu snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Tianshui Laozu also didn't ask anymore. The two of them were silent for a while in the Snow Mist Palace. Tianlu Laozu then said, how should we deal with the envoy from the Eastern Sea this time? Tianshui Laozu smiled and said, what else can we do? The moment they came to the Northern Sea, they went to Xianling sect and gave us a lot of benefits. We, the Xunling sect, are naturally envious. Naturally, we want to get some benefits from the rich and overbearing Eastern Sea Taoist. I think the other sects in the Northern Sea have the same idea. However, Xianling sect is the #1 sect in the Northern Sea, and Dao Sheng Laozu is the only late Dharma adept in the Northern Sea. The first stop of the envoy from the Eastern Sea is Xianling sect. Therefore, the sects in the Northern Sea will naturally follow Xianling sect's lead. Tianlu Laozu smiled knowingly and said, that's right. With the acknowledgement of the Eastern Sea's great sect, I think the entire Xianling sect should be in high spirits. After a while, Tianlu Laozu opened his mouth again and said, Senior sister, is there any news from Senior Tianxiang recently? Tianshui Laozu shook her head seriously and said, ever since the last time Senior Tianxiang arranged a lot of things in the perished mystery land, there has been no news from him. However, before he went into closed-door training, he seemed to have found Xianqin. A few days ago, there was news that a pill formula from the Eastern Sea would be sent over. It is also a 5-year longevity pill formula. It should be from Xuanqin's hands. Tianlu Laozu smiled happily and said, it must have been hard on this child. This time with these 2 5-year longevity pill formulas, if the entire sect were to use the strength of the entire sect to refine all the longevity pills that we have collected previously, it should be able to save up 30 years of life for Senior Tiankong. With this 30 years of life as the price, Senior Tiankong can advance to the mid-Dharma stage and gain an additional 200 years of life in one go. By then, Xianling sect will really be suppressed by our sect. Tianshui Laozu also looked a little excited and said, this plan has been planned by us for 50 years after Junior Tiankong was seriously injured. As long as Junior Tiankong can advance to the mid-Dharma stage, everything will be worth it. Tianlu thought for a moment and asked again, Senior sister, so many years have passed. Senior Tianxiang's previous plan, is it to bring Xianqin back? Tianshui Laozu shook her head and said, this Senior Tianxiang did not say it clearly. Back then, Xianlin, Xianling, and Xianqin were 3 people that even we could not control in the sect. However, these 3 bastards were all very respectful to Senior Tianxiang. More than 50 years ago, after that incident, Xianqin and Xianling could not coexist in the sect anymore. Xianqin left in a fit of anger. Now, it seems like she was also plotted against by someone else. However, after that, Senior Tianxiang went to the perished mystery land to manage. Now that I think about it, Senior Tianxiang must have already seen through this matter decades ago and set up a plan. Previously, there was news from the Eastern Sea that Xianqin might have also advanced to the Dharma stage. If that is the case, once Xianqin returns and Junior Tiankong recovers from his injuries, his cultivation will improve. If that is the case, even if Senior Tianxiang, Xianling sect will not dare to attack our sect. Once Senior Tianxiang succeeds, the Northern Sea will really be under our control. The black door flashed and disappeared. Lu Ping had already appeared safely in the snow mist palace. Tianshui Laozu and Tianxiang Laozu had already stopped chatting. Tianshui Laozu smiled and said, "Brat, what good things have you brought? Show them to me." Lu Ping listened to the martial granduncle's teasing tone and felt helpless. He thought to himself, if this martial granduncle was a man, then he'd be a real troublemaker in the cultivation world. No wonder he was sent to Huanyu Island to wrangle with the old foxes from the other sections. Lu Ping thought to himself, no wonder he was sent to Huanyu Island to wrangle with the old foxes from the other sections. If it wasn't because this Laozu had achieved transcendence and wanted to put on the airs of a senior, Lu Ping would have already been beaten up badly. Thus, he smiled and said, "Senior granduncle, this disciple was searching for treasures in the spatial ring that you opened up. Don't tell me you don't know?" Tianshui Laozu frowned and scolded, "You little bastard. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Laozu, I was just discussing the sex matters with your senior granduncle Tianlu. Why would I pay attention to your little quarrel? Laozu, I wanted to give you something good. If you don't take it out, then forget it." Helpless, Lu Ping could only take out the 3 treasures that he found in Tianshui Laozu's spatial ring. "And brat, you do have some foresight. Spiritual gathering pearl? I heard that you opened up a small island in the outer endless sea and became the island lord. On that island there were 3 small spiritual veins. One of them was even used by a clan that belonged to our sect?" Lu Ping smiled calmly and said, "That's just a rumor. Other than one spiritual vein that was found in a cave belonging to a demon cultivator in the outer endless sea, the rest were nurtured by the spiritual gathering pearls that disciple found during his travels." Tianshui Laozu looked at Lu Ping with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He didn't pursue the matter any further. Lu Ping was also calm and composed, as if he wasn't afraid of any slanderous accusations. Tianlu Laozu picked up one of the jade boxes and opened it. Inside was a black inner core. Tianlu Laozu frowned and said, "Mystic tortoise golden core? What are you using this for?" Lu Ping explained, "Disciple has a demon tortoise under me. Its cultivation has reached the 9th layer of blood condensation realm. Disciple is also preparing for it to advance to the core forging realm." Tianshui Laozu inadvertently glanced at the black and swarthy mystic tortoise core and said, "This is a 1st layer core forging demon tortoise that I killed during my travels in the Southern Sea. The mystic tortoise is considered a high-grade race within the Southern Sea tortoise race. Although it doesn't have an inherited bloodline like Bague, it's still not weak." The 3rd item was a wood elemental natural oddity. It looked like several twists and turns of its own. Tianshui Laozu couldn't help but ask, "Little fellow, you're really strange. Although my spatial ring doesn't contain any rare treasures, there are still a few natural treasures and spiritual treasures. Even some divine abilities and secret techniques, spiritual pills and secret medicines are much stronger than these. Why are you not interested in them?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Disciple Laozu's collection has already dazzled Disciple. I'm gasping in amazement. I'm almost dazzled by the number of treasures I've collected. However, after much consideration, Disciple still decided to pick the ones that I can use now. Although the other things are valuable, they aren't of much help to Disciple." Chapter 427. In Jinling, earth-ranked and above heaven and earth spiritual items, as well as other similar treasures, if one wanted to bestow it to their disciples, they would need at least 2 to 3 Transcendence Laozu's approval. Tianshui Laozu had agreed to bestow some benefits to Lu Ping, but it was in her own name. Thus, even if Tianshui Laozu might have even better treasures in her possession, and they weren't from the sect, she wouldn't take them out for Lu Ping to choose from. As for the few mystic rank heaven and earth spiritual items, Lu Ping really didn't fancy them. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Grand Marshal Uncle, actually this disciple still has some treasures that I fancy in the treasury. I wonder if this disciple can use other items to exchange for them?" "Oh." Tian Shuelaozu had an interested expression as she said, "What good stuff do you have? Take it out and let me have a look." Lu Ping flipped through the storage ring in his hand before taking out a piece of chalcedony. The moment he took it out, the entire snow mist palace immediately turned cold. "Not bad." Tian Shuelaozu's eyes lit up as she said, "This is a mid-grade mystic rank cold ice pith. From the looks of it, it has been around for thousands of years. Our sect has a few initial stage core forging cultivators who practice ice attribute cultivation arts who have reached the threshold to advance to the middle stage. Your spiritual item came at the right time. Tell me, what did you fancy earlier?" Lu Ping knew that Tian Shuelaozu was a great master who practiced ice attribute cultivation arts in their sect. He purposely took out this cold ice pith because he knew that Tian Shuelaozu would definitely be interested in it. A mid-grade mystic rank heaven and earth spiritual item was considered not bad for ordinary initial stage core forging cultivators. However, Lu Ping didn't fancy it. Even though Lu Ping had an ice snake among his samling subordinates, if the green sea snake were to use a mid-grade mystic rank heaven and earth spiritual item to advance to the middle stage, it would be a waste. Lu Ping calmly passed the spiritual item to Tian Shuelaozu before saying, "This disciple saw that there is a wind seed in Laozu's treasury. This wind seed is useful to this disciple. I hope Laozu can part with it." Just as Lu Ping finished speaking, a small whirlwind-like wind seed appeared in front of Lu Ping. Traces of wind scattered around the wind seed, causing the temperature around the wind seed to drop even faster. It was to the point where frost was about to form. Tian Shuelaozu said, "Although this wind seed is a wind attribute heaven and earth spiritual item, it was obtained by me Laozu from the northern ice plains. The northern ice plains has been affected by the harsh cold all year round. When this wind seed is used, the cold wind is bone-piercing. Although it is considered a high-quality heaven and earth spiritual item, it is still lacking when compared to this cold ice pith. Brat, do you have anything else that you value?" Lu Ping already knew this would happen. Thus, he nodded his head and smiled. This disciple has taken a liking to a piece of crystal jade. Lu Ping was still unable to see how Tian Shuelaozu moved, and a piece of crystal-like object appeared in his hand. He said, "A second-grade water attribute mutated spiritual material. This is an extremely good item. It is comparable to those third-grade spiritual materials. The value of these two items added together is comparable to that cold ice pith. Brat, do you still need anything else? The old man also has a few heaven and earth spiritual items here. If you are able to exchange for that indigo spiritual fire, the old man will let you choose any of the heaven and earth spiritual items here." Tianlu Laozu knew that Lu Ping was searching for all sorts of heaven and earth spiritual items. Previously, Tianjiang Laozu had used the Eastern Purple Chi Flame to exchange for his Profound Sky Spiritual Fire, as well as the 3,000-year-old spiritual grass in the Northern Sea Palace. Thus, when he saw that Lu Ping was actually willing to take out a heaven and earth spiritual item to exchange for these items, Tianlu Laozu immediately shifted his attention to Lu Ping's high-grade Profound Spiritual Item, Indigo Spiritual Fire. The indigo spiritual fire was the most suitable profound spiritual fire for alchemy. Tianlu Laozu knew very well that if an early-stage core forging disciple used this fire to advance to the mid-stage, not only would it greatly benefit their alchemy skills, but it would also be possible for them to achieve a 6th-grade golden core and break through to the transcendent stage in the future. Lu Ping's heart moved. Now in the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash, 3 heaven and earth spiritual items of the 6 attributes of metal, wood, water, earth, wind, and ice were all gathered. There was only one heaven and earth spiritual item of the fire attribute left. Tianlu Laozu was the Sex Transcendent Stage Alchemy Grandmaster. How could he lack all kinds of fire seeds? Presumably, Lu Ping did not have to use the indigo spiritual fire. Lu Ping also had the soul wood and the Ming water of the mid-grade profound spiritual items. As long as he took out any of them, he could immediately exchange for 2 kinds of heaven and earth spiritual fire seeds. However, after thinking about it, Lu Ping still refused and said, "Thank you, Laozu, but I have nothing else I need at the moment. The 7 Thunder Gem calabash could be said to be second only to Lu Ping's own bloodline. The secret of the 12 natal gentian pearls and the 9,000 years old white jade lotus flower in which the golden core was stored was even higher than Lu Ping's smelting of the Xianyuan heavy water to advance to the mid-core forging stage, and the cultivation technique, North Sea wave listening art. Lu Ping was not willing to let others associate the 7 Thunder Gem calabash, because of the heaven and earth spiritual item. This kind of treasure was always coveted. Because of its illustrious reputation, it was the most precious treasure in the hands of the 7th patriarch, Peng Daoren. Therefore, in the cultivation world, it had the reputation of being the first divine artifact. Unfortunately, after Peng Daoren, there was no other cultivator in the cultivation world who could refine the 7 Thunder Gem calabash to its peak. Tianlu Laozu nodded his head regretfully. Tianshui Laozu laughed and scolded, "Little fox." Then he no longer cared about him. After bidding farewell to the two Laozu, Lu Ping left the Snow Mist Palace. Thinking that he had yet to tour the Huanyu Island, now that he had some free time, he might as well take a stroll around the city square. Ever since Lu Ping became a master alchemist, especially after he returned from the Eastern Sea, Lu Ping rarely went to the city square to purchase spiritual herbs without restraint. This was because as the master alchemist of the sect, there was basically no need for Lu Ping to do it himself. The sect would send a large amount of spiritual herbs to Lu Ping. This was the advantage of having the backing of a great sect. The scale of Huanyu Island city square was very large. There were 3 streets in each direction. The city square was also filled with cultivators, making it very lively. Lu Ping excitedly began to purchase spiritual herbs without restraint. Spiritual herbs that were more than 500 years old, especially those that could be used to concoct the blood condensation pill, were all bought by Lu Ping with a large amount of spiritual stones. As for the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, although Huanyu Island was the most famous cultivator city square in the Northern Sea, there weren't many 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the various shops. However, Lu Ping didn't mind. He would buy as many as he could. After half a day, although Lu Ping had some harvests, he became dispirited. Originally, Lu Ping still had the thought of picking up some leftovers and seeing if he could find some good items that could make his eyes light up. However, it was clear that luck couldn't always be on one person. Lu Ping's mind raced and he suddenly thought of the mortal market. It was a place where all kinds of strange things could be found. Although most of the things in the market were fake, it depended on the cultivator's eyesight. Perhaps one of the things that looked like a piece of junk could actually be a rare treasure. Lu Ping walked around here and there, heading towards the northern side of the city square. The mortal market was not as clean and tidy as the city square. This was a place where all sorts of good and bad people mixed together. There were all sorts of stalls set up everywhere without any sort of order to speak of. All sorts of shouts, quarrels, and curses could be heard. Lu Ping was not surprised. As he walked slowly, he lowered his head to look at the various items placed on the ground. At the same time, he inadvertently glanced behind him, the corners of his lips curling into a sneer. When he passed by a narrow alley, Lu Ping's figure flashed and disappeared into it. A young cultivator hurriedly walked over, and also walked into the alley. However, when the cultivator entered the alley and saw that it was empty, he was immediately shocked. "Are you looking for me?" A calm voice rang out from behind the cultivator. The calm voice caused the cultivator to jump and he hastily turned around. Lu Ping looked at this mid-blood condensation realm minor repairs in front of him and felt a sense of déjà vu. On the other hand, the cultivator in front of him was already overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Junior Tsungwu greets Senior." Lu Ping asked in surprise, "Tsungwu? I don't know you. Why are you bowing so respectfully to me?" Tsungwu straightened his body and said excitedly, "Senior might have forgotten, but I am a little shop assistant on Autumn Cloud Island. Senior rewarded me with pills and spirit stones that allowed me to reach my current level of cultivation." It suddenly dawned on Lu Ping. Back then, when he was still a blood condensation realm cultivator and returned to Choyun Island from the Monster Sea region, he did hire an early blood refining realm cultivator as a guide. He even gave the cultivator a few bottles of medicinal pellets and spirit stones. But who would have thought that after a few decades, The blood-refining realm cultivator had become a mid-blood condensation realm cultivator with a dignified appearance. Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "Those things are nothing. It's fate that we met. It's just a small favor." Song Wu replied in a serious tone to Senior, "The favor you gave me back then may be as easy as lifting a finger, but to this junior, it is of utmost importance. If it weren't for Senior's kindness, this junior would still be a mediocre blood-refining realm cultivator." Lu Ping didn't want to talk about this anymore. He saw that although Song Wu's cultivation wasn't pure, his foundation was solid and his aura was sharp. It was obvious that he often appeared in dangerous places. Lu Ping asked, "Teng Wu, have you joined a sect?" Song Wu answered, reporting to Senior, "I'm used to living a free and undisciplined life. I'm afraid I won't be noticed by a sect. I've been hunting demonic beasts with a few friends for a living." This time, after Disciple and a few good friends set out to sea, we wanted to sell some of our gains on Universe Island. We never expected to encounter Senior, so we chased after you first with the intention of thanking Senior for helping us all those years ago. I never expected that it would cause Senior to misunderstand. Lu Ping smiled. Seeing Song Wu's clear eyes, he knew he wasn't lying. Lu Ping said, "Your friends are in the mortal market? I happen to be playing in the mortal market. Let's go see what you've gained." Song Wu's face lit up and he hurriedly said, "Junior, lead the way." Then he led the way. Lu Ping looked at Song Wu's back and smiled non-committally. He then leisurely followed Song Wu. Chapter 428. Lu Ping followed Song Wu into the depths of the mortal market. Song Wu walked hurriedly with a happy expression on his face. Lu Ping followed behind him at a leisurely pace. At the same time, he had the time to browse through the various items on display at his feet. A moment later, Lu Ping's expression changed and he glanced ahead. However, Song Wu, who was leading the way for Lu Ping, did not notice it at all. He continued to walk forward with a happy expression. Song Wu did not think that the cultivator who gave him the spirit stones and pills back then was actually a core forging expert. When he and his companions went out to sea this time, they found a cave left behind by a predecessor. In the cave they had a plentiful harvest, but there were also many miscellaneous items that they did not recognize. His companions were all independent cultivators, so they were not very knowledgeable. They were not sure of the value of these items, and they were afraid of selling them to the shops in the market. They did not dare to show them to high-grade cultivators, afraid that they would be killed and robbed. Just when everyone was at a loss, Song Wu found Lu Ping, who was buying spirit herbs in the market. Song Wu had an extremely deep impression of this senior, who had helped him all those years ago. Most importantly, Lu Ping did not treat him like other high-grade cultivators. From the spirit stones and pills that Lu Ping had given him, Song Wu believed that Lu Ping was not a cultivator with evil intentions. Furthermore, as a core forging cultivator, Lu Ping must be very knowledgeable. The things that Song Wu and his companions had obtained could be shown to this senior. Song Wu believed that there must be some valuable treasures among the things that he and his companions had found. If this senior valued them, they would definitely be able to obtain a lot of benefits from this senior. Song Wu knew that this senior was an alchemist. At this moment there was a sudden noise in front of them. Song Wu's expression changed. That was where his companions were. Song Wu looked behind him and saw that Lu Ping had nodded. Song Wu hurriedly squeezed into the crowd of onlookers. This is going to be lively. I just don't know what kind of treasure these little fellows obtain to actually provoke the people from the 10 great sects to forcefully buy it. Lu Ping smiled silently, and the aura of a core forging cultivator spread out. The cultivators around him moved aside, opening a path for Lu Ping. The commotion in the front also stopped. Lu Ping walked in and saw Song Wu, 3 men and 2 women, arguing with a few blood condensation cultivators. Most of the cultivators who were arguing were at the mid and late blood condensation realm. It was clear that they were trying to suppress Zhang Wu's companions. Even though Zhang Wu's companions were trying their best to defend themselves, their faces were flushed red. Their strength was too weak and they were clearly at a disadvantage. Lu Ping looked at the cultivators. From their clothes they should be from Xianling sect, Shuiyin Pavilion and Feiyu sect. There were also 2 cultivators who were wearing sect uniforms, but they clearly did not belong to the 10 great sections. However, these people were just small fries. Lu Ping glanced at the onlookers behind them with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Then, he looked at the miscellaneous items placed in front of Tsang Wu's companions. He squatted down and began to look through the items as if there was no one else around. Lu Ping roughly looked through the items in front of him and more or less understood what Tsang Wu and his companions were in trouble. Most of these items were useless utensils. Moreover, most of the utensils were made from low-grade spiritual materials. It was obvious that these items came from the same cave abode. In other words, Tsang Wu and his companions had discovered a cave abode in the sea. Judging from the utensils, the owner of this cave abode might have been a cultivator with a high cultivation when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use low-grade spiritual herbs to make cups, tables, chairs, and bowls. Just as Lu Ping was looking through the items on the ground, a green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes. He reached out and grabbed something that looked like a broken piece of ceramic. However, at that moment a loud voice shouted, "Where did this blind fool come from? Xianling sect and Feiyu sect will buy all these things." Scram! Lu Ping frowned. He felt a strong gust of wind in front of him. Lu Ping's spiritual sense was very sensitive. Before the blood condensation realm cultivator made his move, he had already noticed something was amiss. He snorted coldly and the cultivator who attacked Lu Ping felt as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in his ears. Before the technique he sent towards Lu Ping could reach him, the arcane energy in his body was already thrown into chaos by Lu Ping's cold snort. The technique lost control of itself in midair and collapsed. Just as the cultivator made his move, another cultivator in the crowd followed suit. However, his target wasn't Lu Ping, but the Xianling late blood condensation realm disciple who attacked Lu Ping. This cultivator didn't attack the Xianling sect disciple. Instead, he used a defensive artifact to shield the disciple. This was obviously a last-minute scheme against Lu Ping. The goal was to embarrass Lu Ping in front of everyone. However, Lu Ping had already seen through it. Contrary to what the Xianling sect enlightened master had expected, Lu Ping didn't punish the Xianling sect disciple directly. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to attack the Xianling sect disciple, causing him to bleed from his nose and mouth. The Xianling sect enlightened master who had shielded the Xianling sect disciple with his defensive artifact turned pale. The core forging realm disciple's spatial zone had already been shattered. Even if he survived, he would only be immortal. At the same time, the enlightened master was shocked. This Xianling mid-core forging realm cultivator's spiritual sense was so powerful that he could destroy a late blood condensation realm cultivator's cultivation base. Lu Ping clapped his hands and stood up. He said, "You've got guts." The North Sea Grand Alliance has a rule that cultivators are not allowed to attack each other on Huanyu Island. Does the Xianling sect disciple think that Huanyu Island belongs to him? Does he think he can attack whoever he wants? Lu Ping looked at the Xianling sect enlightened master who jumped out from the crowd. The enlightened master retracted his defensive artifact and said coldly, "Of course, Huanyu Island doesn't belong to Xianling sect. However, Xianling sect is a part of Huanyu Island. As a core forging realm enlightened master of Xinling, how dare you kill a low-level cultivator of our sect? What kind of rule does the North Sea Grand Alliance allow you to do that?" Lu Ping laughed, but there was no trace of a smile on his face. He said coldly, "What a joke. I'm a core forging realm cultivator, but I was attacked by a blood condensation realm minor repairs cultivator. If I don't punish him, where will my dignity as a core forging realm cultivator go?" Lu Ping didn't wait for the Xianling sect cultivator to speak and continued, "Speaking of which, I really admire the Xianling blood condensation realm cultivator for having the guts to attack a core forging realm enlightened master. As expected of a disciple of Xianling sect. You're truly bold and skillful. I admire you." As Lu Ping spoke, he cupped his fists at the Xianling sect cultivator who was lying limply on the ground. His words were full of mockery. By now, more and more cultivators had gathered to watch the fight. Many of them laughed out loud when they heard Lu Ping's words. The Xianling sect enlightened master's face flushed red as if blood was about to drip out of his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Jinling and Xianling sect were at loggerheads again. Such a situation was not uncommon in the North Sea's cultivation world. However, the strange thing was, where did the Xianling sect disciple get the courage to attack a Jinling core forging realm cultivator? Not to mention, his mouth was so filthy that even death couldn't wipe out his crimes. However, many of the cultivators who were watching the fight from the sidelines saw through the trick. The Xianling sect's core forging realm enlightened master had activated his defensive artifact the moment the Xianling sect disciple made his move. This was obviously a ploy to humiliate the Jinling sect disciple. However, the Jinling enlightened master was already prepared. He used his divine sense to shatter the Xianling sect disciple's heart core, causing Xianling sect to suffer a double loss. This Jinling enlightened master was really powerful. He could shatter a late blood condensation realm cultivator's heart core with just his divine sense. The surrounding cultivators looked at Lu Ping in amazement, but they all took 2 steps back in unison. The circle around them suddenly doubled in size. Good. The Xianling sect disciple's face turned ashen. He pointed at Lu Ping and said, "Sir, do you dare to leave your name? I'll have a friendly match outside Huanyu Island. Please don't hesitate to teach me." He turned to a brown-robed cultivator beside him and said, "Junior brother Sha, why don't you stand aside and watch for me?" The brown-robed cultivator looked at Lu Ping with an ugly expression. However, he still pulled the Xianling sect disciple to the side and whispered something to him. From time to time he turned back to look at Lu Ping and Sha Feiyu. When the Xianling sect disciple returned, he looked at Lu Ping with a dark expression. He didn't mention the friendly match again. He just stood at the side without saying a word, but he didn't leave either. Lu Ping looked at the brown-robed cultivator and knew that he was a perfected master from Feiyu sect. He sneered and didn't say anything. He squatted down again and picked up the broken ceramic shard. Then he turned to Tsang Wu and his companion, who were already scared stiff, and asked, "I want this shard. Do you want spirit stones or medicinal pills in exchange?" The 2 female cultivators who were arguing with the Xianling sect, Feiyu sect, and Shui Yen Pavilion's blood condensation realm disciples were speechless when they heard Lu Ping's question. Their faces were filled with fear. However, Tsang Wu reacted quickly and said, "Senior, this is something that my companions and I found while we were exploring overseas. We didn't know what it was at first. If Senior likes it, you can just give me some spirit stones." Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "I won't take advantage of you. This ceramic shard should be one of the shards of a spiritual artifact. Although it's broken and doesn't have much value, just this spiritual material alone is worth a lot of spirit stones. Here are 60 mid-grade spirit stones and 6 bottles of blood condensation realm cultivation pills. The 6 of you can split it among yourselves." Tsang Wu received the storage bag from Lu Ping with both hands. His face was filled with joy. However, as if he thought of something, his face turned gloomy. His companion behind him was also excited. Obviously, he didn't expect that a piece of ceramic shard could be exchanged for so many cultivation resources. After Tsang Wu received the storage bag, he looked at Lu Ping with a pleading expression. Then, he turned around and gathered his companions together. No one knew what they were discussing. Lu Ping saw that Tsang Wu was somewhat intelligent, so he wasn't in a hurry and continued to look at the fragments on the ground. Chapter 429. Haha. At this moment, a female cultivator with a seductive figure walked out from the crowd. Her beautiful eyes swept over the cultivators present. When she saw Lu Ping, she was stunned for a moment, but she quickly smiled again and said, "So it's the famous water sword immortal. How can I say that senior brother Qiao Weijie of Xianling sect, who has always been known for his fiery temper, is surprisingly quiet this time?" Xianling sect's enlightened master Qiao Weijie snorted coldly. His face flushed red, but he didn't refute. Lu Ping glanced at the female enlightened master coldly, and ignored the Shui Yen Pavilion cultivator's provocative words. However, The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Nowadays, among the new rising cultivators in the North Sea, the most famous ones were Jinling Sek's Water Sword Immortal, Lu Xianping, and Xianling Sek's Wind Sword Immortal, Ouyang Weijian, who was ranked 19th on the North Sea rookie list. In terms of cultivation battle records and true strength, these two were far superior to cultivators of the same level. They had even defeated cultivators with higher cultivation levels than them. If not for their short cultivation time and the fact that they had just advanced to the mid-stage core forging stage, they would have long been ranked in the top 10 of the rookie list. Previously, Xianling Sek's Qiao Weijie didn't recognize Lu Ping. Just as he was about to attack him, a cultivator from the Flying Feather sect stopped him. Only then did he realize that this young cultivator was Jinling Lu Xianping, who was as famous as his sect's genius sword cultivator, Ouyang Weijian. Qiao Weijian knew Ouyang Weijian's strength. When Ouyang Weijian had just advanced to the mid-stage core forging stage, Qiao Weijie, who was at the 5th stage core forging stage, was easily defeated by Ouyang Weijian. Now, the person in front of him was actually someone stronger than junior brother Ouyang. Qiao Weijie might be impulsive and easily angered, but he wasn't a fool. Naturally, he wouldn't cause trouble for Lu Ping. The female cultivator from the Shui Yin Pavilion didn't feel embarrassed when she saw that everyone was ignoring her. Her eyes wandered as if she had thought of something. She said, "I'm Shui Xiu from the Shui Yin Pavilion. Senior brother, there are too many people here. This isn't a good place to discuss things. Why don't we go to the tea house and have some spirit tea? I'll treat. What do you think?" Most of the onlookers were blood refining and blood condensation cultivators from the mortal market. Although they were dissatisfied with enlightened Master Shui Xiu's words, they didn't dare to say anything. They watched as Lu Ping and the others walked towards a tea house outside the mortal market. Song Wu and the others were the root of this dispute. They didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads and followed the few enlightened masters into the tea house. Perhaps it was because Song Wu said something to his companions, but the 6 of them intentionally or unintentionally followed Lu Ping. Lu Ping didn't mind. He entered the private room of the tea house and sat down on a seat. The owner of the tea house was a perceptive person. When he saw that 6 intermediate core forging cultivators had come in, he knew that they had something important to discuss. Without any instructions, he immediately led them to a secluded tea house. He immediately served the top-grade spirit tea and left with the tea boy. At this time in the tea house, besides Lu Ping, Qiao Weijie, Shui Xiu, a cultivator from the Flying Feather sect, Song Wu and the others, there were 2 other core forging cultivators. Obviously, they were also the core forging cultivators who were present just now. Lu Ping and the others just sat quietly in the tea house and enjoyed the tea. No one spoke. Song Wu and the others stood in the tea house, not knowing what to do. When the 6 core forging enlightened masters had drunk 2/3 of the spirit tea in their hands, enlightened Shui Xiu of the Shui Yin Pavilion smiled and made a few hand signs. A layer of misty water vapor suddenly floated in the tea house. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense and found that the tea house was surrounded by a faint layer of almost invisible mist. This layer of mist could block the probing of divine sense and prevent the content of their conversation from being heard by others. Haha, senior brothers, you can say what your plans are now. But before we discuss the important matters, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Since this little sister has spoken first, I will throw out a brick to start a jade. This little sister is Shui Xiu, the 4th disciple of enlightened Shui Qingru of the Shui Yin Pavilion. Qiao Weijie of the Xianling sect, the disciple of enlightened Lu Xiuheng. Lu Ping was stunned. Lu Ping had seen this enlightened master Lu Xiuheng on Frost Island before. He was a very famous late core forging realm cultivator of Xianling sect. He also had hopes of breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Fei Yu sect's Han Fei, the disciple of enlightened master Zhao Wuji. When it was Lu Ping's turn, Lu Ping just said indifferently, "Jinling Lu Xianping," and no longer said anything. Qiao Weijie sneered and said, "You are very arrogant. You don't even need to introduce your own master. I think Brother Lu will establish his own sect in the future." Lu Ping glanced at Qiao Weijie and smiled faintly, but he didn't say anything. His eyes were full of contempt. Qiao Weijie saw Lu Ping's expression, and the hostility on his body became more and more fierce. but there was also some fear in his eyes. The people in the tea room saw this, but no one said anything. Xianling sect and Jinling sect had been fighting for a long time. Both sects occupied a special position in the North Sea. When the two sects were fighting, most of the other sects would remain neutral or silent. No one would participate. Qiao Weijie finally restrained the hostility on his body. He just stared at Lu Ping with a pair of eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Lu Ping, however, was very calm. He filled the teacup with the boiling spirit spring water again. When Dao Master Shui Xiu saw that the fight between the two wouldn't escalate, she smiled at the other two core forging realm cultivators and asked, "The two of you are from the CU sect. This little sister greets you. May I know how to address you?" The two core forging cultivators who came in with her quickly stood up and returned the greeting. Although the sect they belonged to was also famous in the North Sea, it was obviously not on the same level as the top 10 sections. The mid-stage core forging cultivator answered very politely. "Fairy Shui Xiu is too polite. We are indeed from Yu Hai sect. I am Qian Shu and this is my junior brother Yang Sanyang. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Lu Ping and the others also greeted them. Although Yu Hai sect was not a big sect in the North Sea, it was still a sect that was overseen by Fa Xiang Laozu. Lu Ping's arrogance was only directed at Xianling sect. Lu Ping and the others also had to treat cultivators from famous sects in the North Sea like Yu Hai sect politely. Even if they could not rope them in, they must not easily become enemies with them. When Dao Master Shui Xiu saw that everyone already knew each other, she clapped her hands and said, "Since everyone knows each other, it must be fate. Now that there are no outsiders here, we can speak frankly. It seems that these few blood condensation realm cultivators have discovered a cave abode of a predecessor. Moreover, judging from the miscellaneous items here, I'm afraid these few young friends have gained quite a lot." Other than Lu Ping, the other enlightened master's eyes were fixed on Songwu and the others. The 6 of them stood in the middle of the tea room, sweating profusely as if they were carrying a heavy burden on their backs. Songwu gritted his teeth and said nothing. His expression fluctuated as if he had already guessed the enlightened master's goal. His companions behind him were at a loss. Lu Ping waved his hand, and the cultivators immediately felt relieved. Songwu looked gratefully at Lu Ping. Qiao Weijie snorted coldly and said nothing. Everyone also turned to look at Lu Ping. Dao Master Shui Xiu frowned slightly and said, "Senior brother Lu, do you have any objections?" Lu Ping's face was cold and he didn't say anything. Instead, Songwu suddenly took out a few items from his interspatial pouch and placed them on the table. He said, "Seniors, these are the treasures we found in the cave dwelling in the ocean. Now, not only can we not use these treasures, but they will also attract the covetous eyes of others. Therefore, we would like to present these treasures to the seniors, so that we can make the best use of them." As soon as Songwu finished speaking, the expressions of his 5 companions changed. One of them, a female cultivator, shouted, "Big brother Tsang, you can't. These are treasures we obtained after risking our lives." Songwu decisively said, "All right, I will explain this matter to you later. For now it's settled." The female cultivator didn't say anything. Her companions also revealed resentful expressions. But they didn't have the courage to refute in front of the Tao masters. Qiao Weijie proudly glanced at Lu Ping. But he saw that Lu Ping happened to glance at Songwu, and his eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Qiao Weijie felt a little strange, but he didn't care about Lu Ping's expression. Instead he said, "Brother Lu, this is considered as a dog trying to catch a mouse. They may not appreciate it." Lu Ping didn't pay any attention to Qiao Weijie's ridicule. Qiao Weijie had asked for a rebuff, so he awkwardly shut his mouth and didn't speak anymore. Dao Master Shui Xiu saw that Qiao Weijie had suffered a setback. She was afraid that the two of them would fight again. So she hastily said, "How about this? You all give us your storage magic tools, and we will only take away the things that you found in the senior cultivator's cave mansion that are useful to us. Of course, we won't take advantage of you for free. We will leave enough spirit stones and elixirs for you to use in your cultivation." Songwu's face turned pale when he heard this. He knew that these so-called senior cultivators had their eyes on the things left behind in the cave mansion that they had found. He thought that these senior cultivators would more or less let them go after he took out his harvest from the cave mansion. However, at this moment they had a deeper understanding of the cultivation world. The law of the jungle was admittedly the immortal truth of the cultivation world. However, the true experts in the cultivation world weren't those cultivators with profound cultivation bases, but the great clans and sections. They were the true predators that stood at the highest level of the cultivation world. Lu Ping knitted his brows tightly. He wasn't disgusted by this kind of behavior. In the past, the great clans and sects had been the ones who carried out the most extortion in the cultivation world. For example, the large spirit stone mine on the Frost Island had originally been monopolized by the 10 great sects and schools. Later on, the 10 great sects and schools, which were second only to the 10 great sects and schools, had joined forces. They had only managed to get 30% of the share from the 10 great sects and schools. However, the level of extortion by the great clans and sects and schools was too high. Ordinary cultivators couldn't feel this kind of inequality, and thus couldn't empathize with them. As a matter of fact, what Dao Master Shui Xiao and the others had done was within Lu Ping's expectations. He wouldn't have tried to stop them, as that would have isolated Lu Ping. However, at this moment Lu Ping felt pity for them. He didn't want these cultivators to die in front of him because they had resisted such humiliation. As expected, as soon as Dao Master Shui Xiao's voice faded away, a male cultivator behind Cang Wu shouted angrily, "You've gone too far. You've gone too far. We'd rather die than submit." Dao Master Shui Xiao's previously smiling face turned frosty. Yang Sanyang, a cultivator at the early stage of the core forging realm from the UC sect, rebuked him angrily. "How dare you? Youngsters, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack and kill the 6 people. However, before Dao Master Yang Sanyang could attack, Song Wu and the others were suddenly surrounded by a dense blue light. A few miserable shrieks came from within the blue light. When the blue light dissipated, Song Wu and the others looked at the expressionless Lu Ping in front of them in fright. The other Taoists didn't know what had happened within the blue light. They only saw 6 storage bags in Lu Ping's hands. Lu Ping abruptly opened his palm that was holding the interspatial pouches, and a few sharp sword energies sliced the 6 interspatial pouches in his hand apart. The contents of the interspatial pouches fell to the ground with a clatter. At the side, Dao Master Yang Sanyang's eyes lit up. He reached out to grab one of the black stones. A dense blue light suddenly overflowed from the ground, submerging all the items on the ground. When the blue light spread, Dao Master Yang Sanyang's pupils shrank, but he still grabbed the black stone that was submerged by the blue light without hesitation. However, the surface of his palm was also wrapped in a layer of intense flames like the sun's flames. However, just when the flaming palm came into contact with the blue light, Dao Master Yang Sanyang snorted and withdrew his hand at a speed faster than when he stretched out his hand. Although Cang Wu was imprisoned on the ground by Dao Master Lu Xianping and could not move, his eyes were still there. He clearly saw that when the flaming palm came into contact with the blue light, the flames that were jumping upwards strangely began to jump downwards. It was as if the flames on the palm were attracted downwards by the blue light, and then it was continuously swallowed by the blue light. In just a moment, Dao Master Yang Sanyang's flaming palm was almost only left with the palm, and the flames were completely gone. The blue light on the ground only had a faint layer of ripples. Not only did the light not weaken, but it became even thicker. Dao Master Yang Sanyang's expression was uncertain as he looked at Lu Ping with a trace of fear in his eyes. Another Siyu sect cultivator, Qian Shu, coughed and said, "Junior brother, you were rash this time." After saying that, he politely cupped his hands at Lu Ping and said, "What is Dao Master Lu's rule?" After Lu Ping made his move, for some reason, Xiao Weijie of the Water Sect and Han Fei of the Soaring Feather Sect all remained silent at the same time. Lu Ping waved his hand, and the few items that had sunk into the blue light, including the black stone that Dao Master Yang Sanyang had tried to snatch, were placed among the items that Song Wu had handed over. Then he said, "From my initial understanding of this cave abode, These treasures should have come from the same cave abode. The other items on the ground are all Blood Condensation Realm cultivators' items, so I believe they are of no interest to you. I will return them to these minor repairs to deal with." Dao Master Yang Sanyang snorted unwillingly, then touched his hand that had almost sunk into the blue light. A faint trace of poison had just been forced out by him, turning into a fine curling substance. He didn't expect that this person's chi of vigor would actually contain poison. Just this trace of poison had cost him so much effort to force it out, and he had almost embarrassed himself in front of everyone. When everyone saw that Lu Ping had actually returned the scattered items on the ground to Tsang Wu and the other 5, they couldn't help but look at each other. Was he going to let them go? It had to be known that this cave abode, Lu Ping and the others could tell that there were precious treasures inside. It was just that these 6 Blood Condensation Realm minor repairs clearly didn't have the ability to excavate it again. After being discovered by everyone, they had no choice but to give up the cave abode that they had obtained. According to everyone's intentions, Tsang Wu and the others were obviously going to be killed. If they were allowed to live, news of them going out to search for a cave abode would definitely spread. At that time, the entire city would be in an uproar, and Lu Ping and the others wouldn't be able to reap all the benefits for themselves. Tsang Wu and the others had already closed their eyes and waited for death. Now, not only did they come back from the brink of death, they even managed to recover a portion of their cultivation resources. How could they dare to have any more extravagant hopes? Daoist Shui Xiu frowned and said doubtfully, "Senior brother Lu, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Lu Ping didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Tsang Wu and the others and asked, "Which of you will be the guide?" Tsang Wu clenched his teeth and said, "Senior, this junior is willing to go. But please let these junior's companions go." Lu Ping didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly glared at Tsang Wu, and the 5 companions behind him lost consciousness at the same time. Lu Ping snapped his fingers, and the pocket-sized man's expression changed. He found that a hole had suddenly appeared in the restriction spell he had set up in the tea room with the snap of Lu Ping's fingers. The sound of the finger snap spread out of the tea room. After a while, a knocking sound came from the tea room's door. Daoist Shui Xiu had no choice but to reopen the restriction spell of the tea room. The door opened, and the boss of the tea room stood at the door. He bowed and said, "What can I do for you, masters?" The boss of the tea room stood outside the door with his eyes drooped. He didn't seem to care about the situation in the tea room. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and threw out a jade token. He then said, "Send these cultivators to Jinling Huangli Island and hand them over to Master Hu. You only need to give this jade token to Master Hu when the time comes." The boss of the tea room respectfully complied and called a few tea boys to carry the people out. Daoist Shui Xiu rearranged the restriction spell of the tea room in a somewhat displeased manner. She said, "Master Lu, you really don't need to worry. Aren't you afraid that the boss will wake these people up and reveal our whereabouts?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "The boss of the tea room won't do anything stupid in the Snowy Mist Palace." Everyone in the tea room felt a chill in their hearts. The distance from the tea room to the Snowy Mist Palace was 8 to 9 miles. This distance was enough to cover the range of a late-core forging cultivator's divine sense. In other words, Lu Ping's current divine sense was no weaker than a late-core forging cultivator's. Chapter 430. After sending off Tsang Wu's 5 companions, everyone's eyes fell on the dozens of objects placed on the ground. Lu Ping didn't stand on ceremony and took the lead to look at all the objects on the ground. Although Qiao Weijie and Dao Master Shui Xiu didn't look too good, neither of them said anything. At this time, after the short contest, everyone in the tea house had undoubtedly recognized Lu Ping's strength. Lu Ping being the first to choose the objects on the ground was a manifestation of this recognition. When Lu Ping returned to his seat, he was already holding 3 objects in his hand. One of them was the black stone that Dao Master Yang Sanyang wanted at the beginning. Seeing that the black stone was picked up by Lu Ping, Dao Master Yang Sanyang's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything. Lu Ping threw a bottle of medicinal pills to Tsang Wu and said, "This bottle of medicinal pills is already useless to me. but it will be quite useful for your future cultivation. At this time, the shackles on Song Wu's body had been removed by Lu Ping. Song Wu, who regained control of his body, still stood cautiously in the tea house, not daring to show a trace of emotion on his face. After Lu Ping, Xiao Weijie picked 2 more objects, followed by Dao Master Shui Xiu and Dao Master Qian Shu of Yu Hai Sect. After Dao Master Han Fei of Soaring Feather Sect picked 2 more objects. The remaining 3 objects were just some ordinary top-grade spiritual materials and blood condensation realm medicinal pills. Naturally, Dao Master Yang Sanyang didn't care about these things. He just casually kept the objects on the ground. While everyone was choosing their items, Lu Ping waited quietly on the side. Of the 3 items he had chosen earlier, other than the bottle of medicinal pellets that was specially chosen for Song Wu, the black stone was called the Crimson Flame Stone. It was a fire attribute heaven and earth unique treasure. Unlike other fire attribute heaven and earth unique treasures that existed in the form of fire seeds, the Crimson Flame Stone itself wasn't a fire seed. However, it had a unique property. It could temporarily enhance the quality of other fire seeds. In fact, Lu Ping knew of several similar methods. For example, he could use wood elemental spirit materials as fuel or use spirit stones to cast spirit explosion art. All of these methods could enhance the fire seed's power. However, these methods only enhance the fire seed's power and not its grade. But this Crimson Blaze rock was different. When used in conjunction with the fire seed's power would be enhanced to a whole new level until the Crimson Blaze rock was completely burned away by the fire seed. Although the mysterious sky spirit burning fire could also be enhanced by a level with the support of spirit stones, that was only the characteristics of the mysterious sky spirit burning fire. Without the Scarlet Flame Stone, other fire seeds would not have such a function. Lu Ping played with the Scarlet Flame Stone in his hand and was a little hesitant. If he also put the Scarlet Flame Stone into the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash, the power of the Heaven and Earth Strange Fire in the Thunder calabash would definitely be greatly enhanced, but the number of fire seeds would not increase, and there would still be only 1 strange fire. After thinking about it, Lu Ping temporarily put away the Scarlet Flame Stone and did not put it into the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash. The other item was a 2nd-grade peak-grade spiritual material. It was also a treasure that Lu Ping planned to use to enhance the quality of the Golden Scale Sword. After the Golden Scale Sword was upgraded to a spiritual treasure by Lu Ping, the quality of the Golden Scale Sword could no longer be guaranteed to continue increasing the quality of the Golden Scale Sword. If he wanted to carve the 5th or 6th spiritual treasure restriction on the Golden Scale Sword, he would need to enhance the quality of the Golden Scale Sword. Previously, when Lu Ping chose a large piece of crystal jade from Tian Shui Laozu's treasury, it was for this purpose. Now Lu Ping discovered that among the spiritual materials that Song Wu and the rest found in the cave, there was actually an emerald jade. This was also a 2nd-grade spiritual material that could be used to enhance the quality of the Golden Scale Sword. With these 2 spiritual materials in hand, Lu Ping was confident that he could enhance the quality of the Golden Scale Sword to the point where it could withstand the 5th spiritual treasure restriction. As for the 6th spiritual treasure restriction, it might be a little difficult. After all, Lu Ping knew very little about refining weapons. He needed to ask Chen Lian before he could know. After Reverend Yang Sanyang kept the remaining 3 items, Reverend Shui Xiu smiled and said, "There's no time to lose. It's better for us to hurry to the cave as soon as possible." Everyone knew that they were most afraid of accidents happening in this kind of matter. Therefore, after the group of 7 came out from the tea house, they hurriedly walked out of the Universal Island. Suddenly, a clear bird cry came from the sky above the depths of the sea. Suddenly, a huge black dot appeared on the distant sea surface. The black dot's speed was extremely fast. Just as the bird cry was heard, the black dot had already flown close to them. It was a huge Luan bird. The green and red-colored tail feathers made the Luan bird look majestic. The Luan bird flew to the sky above the sea and circled back and forth twice. It seemed as if it was confirming something. Then, 2 human silhouettes suddenly appeared on the back of the Luan bird and slowly floated down from it. Song Wu stood behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping used his divine sense to explore the surroundings of the seabed. Then he casually asked, "Is this the place?" Wu respectfully replied from behind Lu Ping. Yes, it's here. Last time we chased after a demonic beast in this place. We happened to find the cave at the bottom of the sea. Lu Ping nodded. He stood on the sea surface and didn't move. The huge Luan bird in the sky suddenly chirped twice. Its body rapidly shrank in the sky. Finally, it turned into a beautiful green and red bird that was more than a foot long. It landed on Lu Ping's shoulder and started to sing. Its clear and melodious cry spread far and wide on the sea surface. The demonic beasts that were cruising in this part of the sea seemed to have received some kind of signal when they heard the little bird's song. Then they started to avoid it one after another. After a while, a few rays of light appeared in the sky and rushed towards Lu Ping's direction at high speed. After the rays of light descended, Daoist Shuexiu, Qiao Weijia, and the other 4 people emerged from the rays of light. Everyone looked at the little bird on Lu Ping's shoulder, and their faces revealed a look of amazement. At the same time, they looked at Lu Ping with an even more intense look of dread in their eyes. Daoist Shuexiu smiled and said, Senior brother Lu's demon pet is very fast. We can't catch up to it. Lu Ping smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he pointed to the sea surface and said, The cave should be at the bottom of the sea. Since everyone is here, let's get started. Lu Ping's voice had barely faded when his figure suddenly transformed into 2 masses of flowing water. He drilled into the sea along with Wu, and disappeared without a trace. Everyone glanced at each other. They didn't dare to lag behind, and each of them displayed their own methods. Daoist Shuexiu's figure exploded, and turned into a mass of water mist. Then he shrunk back into the sea. Qiao Weijia looked at the position where Lu Ping and Daoist Shuexiu had disappeared into the sea. He sneered twice and his figure smashed into the sea. A loud sound was heard along with the soaring waves. When the sea surface calmed down, he had already disappeared without a trace. Han Fei, Qianshu, and Yang Sanyang also displayed their own methods, and went deep into the sea. There was a towering underwater mountain range only 100 feet away from the sea surface. Everyone once again went more than 1,000 feet deep into the sea. Then, they found the entrance to a cave in a hidden location on the mountainside of the underwater mountain range. They waited until they had gone more than 100 feet into the cave. But they found that the seawater was blocked by a layer of light shield after they had gone more than 100 feet into the cave. Everyone knew that this should be the effect of the cave's formation. Daoist Shuexiu and the others entered the cave. They found that there was a spacious hall in the cave. It seemed as if the belly of the entire mountain range had been hollowed out. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.